I request everyone to be seated for the inaugural ceremony. Coming together is the beginning. Keeping together is progress. Working together is success. I cordially welcome you all to the day 2 of the AWS Cloud Club Student Community Day 2024, an AWS Industry Academia Tech Conference organized by St. Joseph's Group of Institutions and Amazon Web Services. Here on the dais are Dr. Vaddi Sheshadri Rao sir, Principal of St. Joseph's College of Engineering, Ms. Aditi Soni, Senior Manager, Amazon Web Services, Dr. Jen Looper, Head of Academic Advocacy Team, Amazon Web Services, and Dr. Ravichandran sir, Principal of St. Joseph's Institute of Technology. I am Pranavi from the Department of Information Technology at St. Joseph's Institute of Technology. Before we dive in, I take this as a moment to appreciate the incredible community that we have built. I hope you really enjoyed the day 1 of the conference and gained a lot of new insights and connections during the event. The event serves as a platform to share various ideologies and concepts related to generative AI, serverless computing, data ops, security, and career guidance for students and professionals. Today, we'll be exploring cutting-edge tools, inspiring success stories, and practical insights that will help you take your cloud journey to the next level. I welcome you all once again. True leaders don't create followers. They create leaders. This quote aptly suits our principal, Dr. Ravichandran sir. I now request Dr. P. Ravichandran sir, the principal of St. Joseph's Institute of Technology, to give us the welcoming note for the event. Please, sir.
So, good morning. Esteemed guests, dignitaries, panelists, speakers, and participants, welcome back to Day 2 of the AWS Cloud Club Student Community Day 2024. Today marks another step forward in our journey of exploration and collaboration as we delve deeper into the transformative power of technology. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to St. Joseph Group of Institutions for their steadfast support. I express my deepest appreciation to the management for entrusting us with the privilege of hosting this remarkable AWS Technology Conference. Our chairman, beloved chairman, Dr. B. Babu Manoharan, our managing director, B. Sasishekhar, and our executive director, Mrs. S. Jessipriya of St. Joseph Group of Institutions, unwavering support and belief in our institutions' capabilities have paved the way for events as such stature, fostering learning, collaborations, and innovations. And I would like to welcome Mrs. Jen Looper, Head of Academic Advocacy at Amazon Web Services, and Ms. Aditi, Senior Digital Marketing Manager at Amazon Web Services, for enriching our gathering with their invaluable insights. We are thrilled to present a diverse array of tracks including AI and ML and serverless, data hoops, and security, offering unique opportunities to explore cutting-edge advancement and industry best practices. I encourage you to immerse yourself in these tracks and engage with experts and expand your knowledge within your area of interest. Let this conference serve as a platform for designing your understanding and fostering collaborations across these vital domains. Our delight is doubled as we highlight the remarkable achievements of our student community, the AWS Cloud Clubs at St. Joseph Institute of Technology. With unwavering support and comprehensive guidance from our college, these clubs have excelled in facilitating students learning through AWS cloud computing technology by providing an immersive platform for exploration. We have successfully hosted a wide array of engaging events, both virtual and in person, collaborating closely with the AWS Academy and advocacy team, as well as the AWS Cloud Club. We proudly announced that over 150 students within our club have attained AWS certification, marking a significant milestone in their educational journey. We take a moment to spotlight the exceptional initiatives undertaken by St. Joseph Group of Institutions with a rich heritage spanning 3 decades. Our institution stands academic excellence and holistic growth. Pioneering programs like HOPE, House of Programming Expertise, and PEP, Placement Empowerment Program. Our commitment to innovation spanning across 21 diverse domains. These initiatives empower our students with advanced skills, ensuring their readiness for the industries. Under the PEP umbrella, our students undergo rigorous training, accumulating over 780 hours of immersive learning complemented by industry-led guest lectures and alumni insights. This holistic approach has led to the acquisition of numerous global certifications and enabling our students to thrive in today's competitive landscape. Their achievement stands as a testament to the caliber of education and training provided to our institution. As we embark on this journey of discovery and collaboration at the Community Meet 2024, let us seize the opportunities before us with enthusiasm and determination. Together, let us harness the power of technology to drive innovation and empower the next generation of leaders and shape a bright future for all. Thank you once again to the management, esteemed speakers, and participants. Let us embrace this opportunity to learn, collaborate, and pave the way for a future where innovation and empirical knowledge, the AI, continue to thrive and shape our world. I once again welcome you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your enriching words. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the special note addressing by our guest, Mr. Madhukiran J. I request all the dignitaries on the dais to please be seated in the front of the dais. A small intro about the guest. Mr. Madhukiran J is a seasoned IT professional with 14 years of expertise in BI, data warehousing, and cloud-based architectures, who is currently serving as the Senior Technical Account Manager at Amazon Web Services. He is about to address the topic, Welcome to Generative AI Space, Updates and Advancements from AWS reInvent 2023. Join me in welcoming him. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
The slide changer is not working yet. Check. Hello everyone, very good morning. How's it going? First of all, I'm very elated to be here in the presence of a vibrant community of AWS builders in Chennai. Thank you SJIT and the Cloud Club team for giving me this opportunity in the first place. Thank you very much. For the next 30 minutes, let's walk through some of the key Gen AI and in fact ML related updates as well from the recently concluded reInvent 2023 in Vegas. There's going to be quite a bit of information, but I'll try to pace it in a proper manner so that we don't miss anything. Some of these are key updates related to our Gen AI offerings. So I'll spend some time on those things, and at the end, we can probably have 5 minutes for a Q&A as well, where I can take a couple of questions if you have on these offerings, yeah? So without adding or let's jump into the agenda for today in this session. I'll start with some of the Gen AI related updates from Amazon Bedrock, followed by the updates related to SageMaker and SageMaker Studio, followed by our new AI offering, which is Amazon Q. And then we had introduced Amazon Code Whisperer, your AI-based code assistant, in the middle of last year. There are certain updates related to Code Whisperer as well during this year's reInvent, so we'll touch upon those, followed by some of the AI services which also have a lot of enhancements and updates that were announced, so we'll touch upon those aspects as well, right? Let's start with Amazon Bedrock. So in reInvent 2023, we introduced a lot of new models added to the Bedrock catalog. So a lot of other additional foundation models have been added to the catalog in Bedrock, starting from Amazon Titan Image Generator, which is in preview. So you can add features to existing images or modify and create new images using Titan's Image Generator. So this is a new offering. So far, you had Titan text and Titan embeddings, and recently we have also introduced this image generation capabilities to our own proprietary large language model, which is Amazon Titan. We've also introduced Amazon Titan multi-model embeddings. So for embedding different types of Gen AI use cases with LLMs, like classification and aggregation, summarization. So Titan multi-model embeddings help you to integrate everything into a common LLM through this feature. You also have Titan Text Lite and Express, which are lightweight components of our original Titan foundation model. So those were also Express. Lite was introduced in reInvent 2023, and Express, which was in preview, has now become GA. We've introduced capabilities to add more foundation models in Bedrock through Meta's Llama 2. We've also added Chat 13B and 70B models into Amazon Bedrock. We've also GA'd our Stable Diffusion XL 1.0, which is the most popular image generation AI model, has become generally available from reInvent 2023. We've also added support for Claude 2.1 from our partners Anthropic. So support for Claude 2.1 is also available now in Bedrock. You can now enable fine-tuning and continued pre-training in Bedrock. So you can deliver tailored and differentiated user experience by customizing your foundation models. You can, for example, say if you want to fine-tune your Llama 2 model with your organization's data or business data and train it to understand this and probably do lesser of hallucination, minimize hallucination and help your models give appropriate answers to your queries, then Bedrock supports fine-tuning. So for example, you can take Llama 2 or Command and Titan FMs to perform specific tasks for your requirement. So you can pass in labeled data through S3 and you can fine-tune these models. You can also do pre-trained data, while fine-tuning is for labeled data. For pre-training, let's say you have a huge set of document repository and you have a lot of inventory that you want your FM to learn and understand and then respond to user queries based on those or have conversations with users based on those. Then you can use continued pre-training in Bedrock now. This will help you to adapt to, let's say, for example, a Titan text FM model to your domain's data. How are you going to do this pre-training? It's by passing these knowledge repositories to Bedrock and then carrying out this pre-training activity, post which it will be able to adapt to your domains related questions as well. None of your inputs or outputs from Bedrock will now be used to train the original base model. So there's a question about security with AI models, right? When I'm using my data to enhance the AI model, will the model also, am I leaking my organization's data? Is it secure enough? So we have an answer to that as well. So the data that is used to train Bedrock and the custom model that's created out of it will be accessible only from within your AWS console or within the purview of your account. The base model will not be updated based on learnings that are carried over. So the base model will remain the same and the organizational data is not going to be used to train the original base model. We have also brought in model evaluations as a new feature on Amazon Bedrock from re:Invent 23. You can choose your automatic or a human-based evaluation methods for evaluating how good your model performs. This can be based on certain parameters like accuracy, toxicity, so on and so forth, right? You can also curate, we have curated data sets to evaluate the models that are generated from your fine-tuning and training, but you can also bring your own data to perform these model evaluations. And when you create custom evaluations, you can predefine the metrics that are needed to be evaluated as a part of outcome of these model evaluations on Bedrock. Let's move on to knowledge bases on Bedrock. Can I have a show of hands of how many of the people in the audience have worked with RAG or Retrieval Augmented Generation? Thank you. Quite a few hands. Thanks for that. So you must have worked with RAG by implementing foundation models and connecting them to a knowledge repository or a good amount of data, and it doesn't have to be retrained. You just need to instruct it to use the data to give relevant answers to the end users, right? That's what RAG is all about. And you also implement chain of thought prompting through something called as a LangChain or different frameworks for that. Now, RAG as a fully managed capability is what Amazon Bedrock Knowledge Bases is all about. So with knowledge bases, you can securely connect foundation models to your data sources, thereby implementing RAG and delivering more relevant responses to your end users. So this is a fully managed RAG workflow, like I mentioned, that includes ingestion, retrieval, and data augmentation for your FMs. You have built-in session context management and, for multi-turn conversations, or that's what I told about chain of thought, right? So you need to be context aware when replying to the sequential follow-up questions that's being asked by the user. And our knowledge bases with RAG helps you to address those requirements as well. And another best part about knowledge bases is when the answers are given, there used to be citation to the documentation source. So automatically you can enable these citations, and this will help reduce or minimize the hallucinations that are done by foundation models, and to ensure that the data is always relevant to the queries posed by the user. We introduced agents for Amazon Bedrock. Let me have a quick time check as well. Yeah, cool. So agents enable GenAI applications to do multi-step tasks using your company systems and data sources. So agents is going to complement the knowledge bases that I talked about in the earlier slide. So you can custom make agents to handle specific activities or a particular use case for your business. It's very straightforward. You start by selecting your foundation model and you provide basic instructions to the agent on what is the knowledge base it is connecting to. For example, say this is a knowledge base about AWS documentation. Let's say I'm building a chatbot that's going to help users guide them about any of the AWS services and how to troubleshoot them, okay? So I can input a AWS documentation as a knowledge base, and I would say, this is the AWS documentation. User would be asking you queries related to troubleshooting with AWS, and you could search this documentation and present with an answer whenever such a query from the user is received by you. So you provide these set of instructions, map it to the relevant data sources, and you can specify the available actions that the agents can take. For example, it can trigger a Lambda, or it can initiate custom actions on your behalf. So we are evolving from a stage where Gen AI foundation models are just chatbots helping you to write emails or giving you answers from repositories around the world, right? You want it to perform tasks on your behalf. So agents is one step closer to that. With agents for Amazon Bedrock, you can actually specify actions that your foundation models can take, and you can also specify what are the other functions it needs to trigger. So let's say I'm asking it to trigger a campaign for let's say a campaign management marketing use case, then you can do that by just typing of a command or through natural language as well. So it helps you to break down and orchestrate tasks, securely access and retrieve your company data using the RAG and knowledge bases. It can also invoke APIs and take actions on your behalf. And of course, it uses chain of thought prompting and trace, and you also have the ability to modify the prompts to your agents so it performs better and more relevant to your use cases. We've introduced guardrails for Amazon Bedrock in reInvent. These guardrails will apply consistently across all the FMs, including your fine-tuned models and your agents as well. You can configure filtering of harmful content, sensitive and toxic content. You can also avoid topics based on your AI policies within your organization. We are also bringing in ability to redact PII or personally identifiable information. That's also a feature that's coming soon to guardrails for Amazon Bedrock. Given the brief time available, I'll quickly go through some other features that were introduced for Amazon Bedrock. We've introduced eligibility for HIPAA, GDPR compliance, SOC compliance, ISO compliance standards as well. We've integrated Bedrock with AWS step functions. For step functions to call Bedrock APIs, we've added features from step functions where you can call Bedrock APIs. You have batch inferencing where you can just run a job with Bedrock where you need to perform inferencing for a set of sequence of instructions, let it run in a batch mode, and then you can come back later and retrieve the results. We have opened up vector engine for OpenSearch serverless and vector capabilities for DocumentDB as well, so that you can use OpenSearch and DocumentDB vector storage for your AI training and agents as well. We have also introduced Party Rock, which is the most fun element, I think, in my whole presentation. So Party Rock is a separate initiative built on top of Amazon Bedrock where users have their own AI playground, and you have free trial access enabled to head over to Party Rock and build your own AI applications, start learning AI in a fun way. So head over to partyrock.aws and get started with learning AI in a fun way, using Amazon Bedrock, of course. Let's go over some of the updates from SageMaker. So we've introduced SageMaker Hyperpod, where this is going to help you to train your foundation models on AWS. So foundation model training requires huge amount of infra capacity and hours of training. So there is a possibility that your servers fail, some disruption happens, but we want to preserve your training because it's huge number of hours of investment when you train a foundation model, right? So Hyperpod actually parallelizes the training jobs of your foundation models, and when a instance fails and you need to recover it. It saves the last checkpoint of the training and it will resume from there. And other advantages are you can distribute this foundation model training across multiple environments, and this is all in a managed environment and a secure environment within the SageMaker platform, right? So that is a benefit of Hyperpod that we introduced recently in reInvent. We've also added additional features to people who are already using SageMaker Canvas. We've added some features of fine-tuning foundation models, and you can also now use natural language to prepare and explore your data that you're feeding into SageMaker Canvas. How cool is that? From SageMaker Studio point of view, we've added support for Visual Studio Code support. You can run Jupyter Lab 4 applications in SageMaker Studio now. You have a new setup and onboarding experience. So people who have been using SageMaker Studio in this forum, when you log into SageMaker Studio after reInvent, you must be seeing a different UI, which is a much more user-friendly and better onboarding experience now with SageMaker Studio. You can bring your own EFS volumes for storage. It includes the latest SageMaker distribution images as well, and it auto-selects the best kernel for your use case. Some of the other new features from SageMaker point of view, we now support smart sifting of data model and model training. You have improved SDK tooling and UX for your model deployments. You have new inference capabilities in SageMaker that will help you to reduce cost and latency for training your machine learning models. The developer experience has been simplified. Like I said, the AI/ML workflows are much easier to manage now in SageMaker Studio. You have SageMaker Clarify, which will evaluate foundation models and give feedback on these foundation models' effectiveness. You have a new large model inference downloadable content with NVIDIA's Tensor RT LLM support as well. Coming to Amazon Q, again, a show of hands, please. How many in this audience have tried Amazon Q? You must have heard ChatGPT. Have you heard about Amazon Q, and have you tried Amazon Q? Great, thank you, thank you. So Amazon Q is our generative AI assistant designed for your work. It engages in conversations with you to solve problems, it generates contents, and it also takes actions for you. It understands your company's information, your code, and your systems. You can have personalized interactions with Amazon Q based on your role and permissions with which you access Q. It is built to be secure and private. Like always, security is job zero for any AWS related service that we offer. So for business, what does Q provide? It delivers quick, accurate, and relevant answers for your business questions, and securely and privately access to your document repositories as well. So again, Q also shares your references from which it got the source of information so that you can perform a fact checking as well. It respects your access control within the organization, and based on user permissions, you will either be getting information related to your access, or you might not be shared certain confidential information as well. Administrators can also apply guardrails to Q and control the responses that Q delivers to end users. From an AWS point of view, Q is trained on 17 years of AWS knowledge. So it is going to assist you everywhere when you work with AWS. So, okay, now I'm going to see more hands. How many of you have worked with AWS? Great, right, this is what I was expecting. Now, in your AWS console, if you have questions and clarifications related to any service, you can just open the Q chatbot and initiate a chat with Q. And Q is going to help you with responses because it knows more than me. It knows more than most of our people who are working in AWS, right? It has been trained on the 17 years of all the services related to AWS, and it possesses the knowledge of all AWS services. And wherever you work with AWS, if you see on the screenshot, it's pretty small, but on the extreme left, you see a Q AI assistant where you can open a chat with Q and it converses with you to explore the new AWS capabilities. If you want to learn unfamiliar technologies in AWS, you can post these questions to Q And you can also architect new solutions in AWS with the help of Q. It works with you to troubleshoot, build new features, and to also upgrade your languages on AWS. You have Amazon Connect, our contact center experience, where we've integrated Q as well. Thereby, you can generate real-time responses and actions for contact center agents based on contexts. Agents can also search across company content, thereby retrieving specific recommendations. This is similar to what I was speaking about when I was talking about Bedrock, right? You can source your knowledge articles and documents. These are displayed so agents can also access more details from these documents if needed. In supply chain as well, so let's say you integrate Q with your supply chain and inventory management sources. You can go and ask Q, hey, where is my shipping? Why is it delayed? And where is it stuck right now? And Q would be able to give a relevant answer that, let's say there is a storm in this region in the USA and the shipment didn't move beyond that, and there's a, let's say, 35 hours delay because of that. So it could take in all of these data points and apply reasoning over it and give you a relevant response as to why your shipment could be delayed. It will also be explore a what-if scenario to understand the trade-off between the different supply chain choices, let's say taking one route over the other, so on and so forth. So this is a feature that's coming soon to Amazon Q. Let's quickly move on to certain enhancements with Code Whisperer. People who are frequent coders, where coding is your day job, Amazon Code Whisperer is here to help you. It supports we added support for infrastructure as a code as well, so you can ask Code Whisperer to help with infrastructure as a code related statements. It will help you to remediate security and code quality issues as well. So for Java, Python, and JavaScript, you can now ask Code Whisperer to have the code reviewed and suggest code snippets or code blocks that will remediate any security vulnerabilities that might be detected in the code, and also address quality issues that might be available in the code. Now we also support Visual Studio 2022. So if people who are using VS Code and you are expecting support for Code Whisperer, that's also made available in 2022 from reInvent. Quickly, I think I'm running out of time, but I'll take 5 more minutes. I hope that's okay. Yeah. On AI services, few updates. We've made AWS Health Scribe generally available. So Health Scribe is a purpose-built, HIPAA-eligible Gen AI service for the healthcare software vendors. So it will help them to build clinical applications which will automatically transcribe and summarize the patient to clinician conversations. So in the healthcare domain, this is going to really help because there's a lot of paperwork and documentation that is being stored, and people will need to analyze that and understand a patient history and a health history. So applying Gen AI to that kind of a use case is going to be very helpful in the healthcare domain. So Health Scribe from AWS is a purpose-built service for this that's going to help you to transcribe and also summarize these type of conversations. We introduced some new features to Amazon Lex, which is the bot behind Alexa, right? So this is a conversational FAQ with Gen AI. So you can use conversational AI to ask Lex to add your intents and your utterances. Lex can also do assisted slot resolution. So if you are aware of Lex, you have intents, you have slots and utterances and responses, right? Slots are the answers that Lex is supposed to pick from and return it back to the user. So Lex is basically your chatbot that powers Alexa as well. And you also have a descriptive bot builder, so you can describe how you want the bot to be built as, and you don't need to actually integrate or code with Lex. Lex will automatically build that bot for you. So you can describe the requirement and the purpose of the bot, and now using Gen AI, Lex will automatically build that bot for you. You can also generate different types of utterances using Gen AI. Let's say the intent. So intent is what action the user comes to a chatbot with. For example, let's say you are using a food delivery app and you're saying order pizza, right? That's the intent. The different type of utterances can be, how can I order a pizza? Can you help me to order a pizza? So on and so forth, right? So these kind of different utterances that your chatbot should be aware of, that the user is going to utter to me, and I'm going to give a response to this kind of utterance. So order pizza. That intent can have 6 or 7 permutations of utterances. And how do I understand these are the different types of utterances that the user is going to arrive at? So you can use GenAI in Lex to also generate these kind of utterances now. So based on a given use case or a given intent, Lex will create multiple utterances combinations using GenAI, thereby making your chatbot more robust to answer to different type of user queries. The user can pose this question in so many different type of ways because they are using a conversational method, right? They are not using a proper syntax like you give it in a drop down or a like they can only select these many responses is not something you can do with a chatbot. The user can say anything. So to be prepared for all that, you can actually generate multiple utterances and feed. Lex will automatically generate these for a given intent. Coming to personalize, this is Amazon Personalize is again an ML service that is used to personalize user experience. For example, the product recommendations that you see in Amazon, when you have bought a given product, when you log in back to Amazon, it will show relevant products as a recommendation for your future purchases, right? So these kind of use cases are usually satisfied by personalize. And now we have brought in certain additional features to personalize after reinvent. One is the next best action recipe. So it will recommend the right action to the right user proactively. And there are themes for recommendation. So let's say people are starting to arrange home need products in a given umbrella, then it can rise and shine can be a nice theme for breakfast related products or kitchen utensil related products. So these kind of theme suggestions will also be generated automatically through AI from Personalize. So everything we are feeding into feeding AI based efficiency into all of the other managed service products as well in AWS as we move forward. Transcribe, it is an automatic speech recognition system, so it is going to convert understand speech and convert that to text. So we have added support for speech recognition for 100+ languages, and you don't have to do any changes to your APIs or endpoints, and additional language supports are automatically going to work. I think we are almost there. This is my last slide. AWS Clean Rooms. This is available in public preview, where if you don't want to share your data, but you are working on a foundation model that's similar to your other models, then you can share these data with your other partners and vendors you can share these models without giving them access to your underlying data. So it is secure, but you foster model sharing with your partners at the same time. So this is another feature that was introduced in re:Invent 2023. So quite a bit of data to process, but I've run out of time as well. I think I did justice and I've covered most of the aspects. Thank you very much for your patience and kindly listening to all of this information. And I hope you'll take a few away in your work or in your next steps in your AI journey from AWS. Yeah, thank you one and all. Any questions before I leave the dais open to the organizers? You're good? Okay. Thank you, folks. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much for such an inspiring talk on a subject which holds utmost relevance for today's changing tech landscape. It really showed us the enormous impact of RAG, Bedrock, and the other AI features which is upcoming. I now request Ruskin Bruce Sir to hand over the memento and a token of gratitude to our guest. Thank you, sir. By this, we have come to the end of the inaugural ceremony of Day 2. I now request my AI co-host, Aura, to brief the agenda.
Hello, everybody. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Let me brief you all the agenda of Day 2. Our track events begin after the tea break at 10 a.m. The lunch break begins by 12:30 p.m. and the second part of the event takes place after 1:40 p.m. By 3:40 p.m., we have a panel discussion at AV Hall 3 for the rest of the events. Thank you all for being a part of this engaging conference and contributing to the success of the event.
Thank you, Aura.
It's
To
a
add
pleasure to
on-
meet you all. Let me brief you all the agenda of Day 2.
Thank you, Aura. Just to add on to Aura's point, the tea break is at the placement hall. There are 3 track events: Generative AI track in AV Hall 3, Serverless and Data Ops track in AV Hall 2, and Security and Career Guidance track in AV Hall 1. For any queries, do ask our volunteers who will be more than happy to help you. You can also chat with our robot Nephili, an exclusive creation by AWS Cloud Club. I once again thank each and every one and welcome you all to the event. Hope you have a great day ahead.
It's a pleasure to meet you all. Let me brief you all the agenda of day 2. Our track events begin after the tea break at 10 a.m. The lunch break begins by 12:30 p.m. and the second part of the event takes place after 1:40 p.m. By 3:40 p.m., we have a panel discussion at AV Hall 3 for the rest of the events. Thank you all for being a part of this engaging conference and contributing to the success of the event.
Thank you, Aura.
It's a
To
pleasure
add
to
on-
meet you all. Let me brief you all the agenda of day 2.
Thank you, Aura. Just to add on to Aura's point, the tea break is at the placement hall. There are 3 track events: generative AI track in AV Hall 3, server
As a community leader, passionate about social good, he makes AI accessible through the AI Guild. Let's welcome Mr. Prabhakaran Chandran and immerse in his session on building retrieval augmented generation with open search service. Now I request Mr. Prabhakaran Chandran to continue.
Hello. Yeah, good morning. So let's get started. So today we'll be learning a recipe because almost you'd have learned or you'd have heard this word rag. But I just want to give the feel of like how to build rag, the naive rag for your projects or for the learning purpose or even for the exploration thing. Because we have Bedrock, we have a lot of services in AWS, but today the service that we are going to concentrate, which is AWS Open Search, which is very lean and which is very easy to do, because like you can get it under AWS free tier itself, and you can use that as an infrastructure component, and we'll learn multiple things, how we can connect the easy and lean things together and to build a RAG application. Okay, so we'll be learning to cook a RAG recipe. So okay, so I studied control engineering from St. Joseph's only. And from 2019 onwards, I was working with Mu Sigma. There I worked with like Fortune 500 companies. And then recently I joined Captain Fresh. Last 1 year I was working with, recently joined Informatica. Last 1 year I was working with Captain Fresh. There we worked multiple things on remote sensing and artificial intelligence. There we were using AWS SageMaker as our MLOps platform. Here, we'll be taking you through this open search plus things. Yeah, so today we'll be learning retrieval augmented generation. We'll be using open source embeddings, because when we say retrieval augmented and generation, it consists of 3 phases. We need to retrieve, we need to augment, we need to generate. Every phase require components. Here, the retrieve phase will concentrate more on open search plus open source embeddings. And in the generation, we'll be using some open source large language models to generate the response. Okay, so these are the things. We'll get into details of like what is embedding, what is language model, what's the role of language model here, and open search, how open search can be used here. Because if you talk to any backend engineers, they consider open search as the logging tool, where they'll be using open search as a replacement of Elasticsearch, where they can log the details and then they can query like what is the latency, throughput, and what is the error, and what kind of issues happen, those kind of things. But in recent years, open search is also supporting as a vector database, where you can store your embeddings, which is nothing but the array of values or the vectors, multidimensional vectors, so that we can easily and quickly query them and do the responsing process. And then we'll go through them. So first of all, yeah, and the recipe that we are going to cook today is RAG. Okay, but what are we doing with RAG? So I have come up with a use case where I have the details about Economic Survey of India 2022 to 23. The reason is RAG, nothing but a knowledge base, right? When we use RAG, it provides an extended knowledge to the language model. The knowledge base can be anything, it depends on the use case. Let's say you are building a resume service, or if you are building a So let's say if you are using any clinical projects, you'll be having a lot of real world evidences as a documents, HIPAA compliant documents and all. So to know whether the company is complying, like following that compliance or not, or when you are working with any sort of product search, let's say this RAG is a wonderful use case for recommendation systems where you can use the product attributes and customer attributes in order to quickly recommend the best things out of it. Or you can also build chatbots, co-pilots for the project. So this will nudge you to come up with multiple projects like that. It's not that what is what, but it will show you like how to build something so that you can augment this project for your use case. Okay. So RAG, it's retrieval augmented generation. The reason, main motto why we are using RAG is language models are not up to date. They train, maybe like let's say if you take ChatGPT, they would have taken let's say data till August 2022 or September 2023. Likewise, they would have taken data which is prior to some dates. And another one thing is we don't know whether that is trained on the entire data of the world, because the proprietary data or proprietary documents may not be seen or may not be like accessed by the language models. So they do hallucination, or they come up with very wrong informations also. For example, if you are asking for some regional or vernacular information, that might be wrong. That might not come up with a very better results. That's why we are adding extra knowledge base to the language model so that we can, it's more or less like an open book test, right? Whenever somebody asks you a question, we'll refer the book, I will Google it, and we'll go through 4 or 5 links, and then we'll summarize what you have learned. The same way, here the language model is being asked by the question, okay, what is the inflation ratio of 2022 states-wise? It may give, may not give, right? Or let's say if you're asking for like who's the best student or what kind of research happened in St. Joseph College of Engineering so far, if somebody wants to know, you don't need to like go and ask like, okay, who is the dean, and dean may know or may not know, and dean will ask some HODs. So a lot of process. What if we connect this database or connect the documents to the RAG so that if you type, okay, what is the research, unique research happened in some sort of oncology, or maybe in cloud computing or wireless sensor network. So you don't need to like go here and there. Quickly you can ask, that will fetch, that will query the data and properly make it as a coherence sentences, and you will be able to easily understand. I'm just giving you the example from this premise, but the opportunities are a lot. You can do projects, or you can take any problem spaces across social problems, industrial problems, or anything. Only thing that you need is a knowledge base. It could be a document, or it could be a PDF, or it could be some specific data source or database related to that particular company or the problem space. Okay, here I have taken only one PDF, which is comprises of 414, which is 400 pages, which details out what is the economic growth of India and what happened, what is the inflation ratio, family health survey, and everything was there. But I just wanted to know, I don't want to read everything, but I just want to get answers for like what is the inflation in Tamil Nadu, or what is the consumer price index in particular state. If I want to know about that, I don't need to read, I can just ask, so it will come. Okay, so that's what the recipe today, and that's why we are building it. So this is a very simple schema and also a very detailed schema of RAG. So I have also attached the paper. I would always suggest you to read through this particular paper. I'll share the document also, and the
Hello.
so that you can do. So this is like, you can see the components. One is the input. Input is the query. You want to know something, okay? And that input is being converted into an embedding. So embedding is nothing but a numerical representation. Now, this numerical representation is not random. It is contextual, which means, let's say if I ask for like what kind of like advancement happened in the period of Narasimha Rao, if I ask something like that, so it will contextualize, and that query or that sentence will be converted into a vector representation. To convert the query to the vector representation, the query to the embedding will be using one model. That model is called as embeddings model. There are methodologies to build that particular model, but nowadays we have a lot of open source embeddings model available in Hugging Face, right from 30 MB to GBs, right? You can use that to create embeddings, so that embeddings will be the key to search from your vector database. Okay, so here you can see all the documents that I have. You can see this, the documents that I have will be indexed. Index means, let's say you have like thousands pages or lakhs of pages. You need to index them. Okay, what kind of information present in which particular index, so that I can quickly, okay, if this particular matrix or the vector matches with 190th vector, I can get 190th document, because we can query between vector to vector, where the vector is the representation of the document. Then I can take the document and I can create the query. So that's what retrieve. Retrieve is nothing but vector is there and we are searching it in the vector database. We need vector database here. That is what going to be fulfilled by the open search. You can simply, if you are doing in your local system, you can use FAISS, F-A-I-S-S, which is nothing but Facebook AI for similarity search. So it's a very old but very good library where you can build small vector DB in your local system itself. There are a lot of options. ChromaDB is there, VV8 is there, but OpenSearch is very lenient. You can use it for multiple purposes. And here in AWS, it's available free. As in under free tier, you can use this T3 medium, T3 small, I guess, you can use it. I'll show you like all those things. And once you retrieve the document, you'll give it to the LLM. Previously, the model that we will be using is the embeddings model, which is a very small encoder-based model. If you don't know what is encoder-based models, it's a part of transformer where it will encode any textual representation into the contextual vector representation. And once we get the retrieved documents, we can use the generator. Generator can be any LLM. It can be, I have used Zephyr. Zephyr is the DPO-based optimized model from Mistral. Have you ever heard about Mistral? How many of you have worked on Mistral? Yeah. The Mistral has been kind of upgraded for the chat purposes with the help of a methodology called Direct Performance Optimization, DPO. That's what I'm using, Zephyr 7 billion model. That you can load it in your, this thing itself, which is in your Google Colab itself. Or let's say I don't want to use Google Colab, I want to use on my system. If you have GPU, you can use Zephyr there also. Or if you are relying on CPU, you can use Llama C++ version. If you know Andrej Karpathy, he has implemented Llama C++ version, which is very compatible to your CPUs and all, or even it can run on your mobile phones also. I have seen like a lot of demos, but in your laptops or bare metal systems, you can install Llama CPP for the generation purpose. Once we generate it, that will be given as an answer. This is a very naive system where we retrieve, augment, and generate. There is another one thing is, we retrieved it, but we wanted to order them, which will be more relevant. For that, we can re-rank it, which means whether this retrieved document makes sense or not to the question that we have asked. For that, oh, sorry. Yeah. So if you see this advanced rack, there is one component called as this, the white component is called as it has one benefit, which is re-ranking. Ranking is already we know, because when we do the retrieval process, it will retrieve the sentence based on the rank only. Okay, this is very nearest sentence to your query. This is the nearest passage to your query. Likewise, it will give top K, top 20 passages. And we want to, again, rank them based on the alignment. Because the model, the embeddings model that we use, right, that is a usual encoder model that may or may not be trained on alignment learning, or like, let's say, the sentence similarity, right? But we also want to use this re-rank so that I can use it for whether this is a hypothesis and this response or not. What is the alignment between the query and the passage? So we wanted to re-rank them, which means 10 sentences are coming as a retrieved document. I want to align them like, okay, 10, I can rearrange which one is making more sense to the particular question. For that, I can use this re-rank. Then I can give it to the language model. So that will create the summary, or that will create the this thing, which is the response, right? And for that, right now in open source, we have a lot of modules available for everything. For retrieval, we have a separate module. For re-rank, we have a lot of libraries. Even for evaluation, because when we build this is not like a straight line, or like it's not like a one-way process. It's an iterative process. Every time we need to evaluate our responses, how good are they in terms of relevancy, whether they make sense as a fact, whether they make sense as a language, right? Because we retrieve and also generate. When we retrieve it, we need to think, okay, whether it has retrieved a correct thing or not. For example, when you are searching in Amazon, you are looking for some product, right? If the search is not relevant to you, you will be disappointed. That is one. The another one is, okay, that is retrieved properly. But the problem is the response, right? The response is not kind of coherent, kind of good English, right? It might be like kind of throwing some random sentences and stitched it together. Instead of that, you always look for a conversation kind of feeling from that particular answer, right? So we evaluate retrieval performance as well as the generation performance. For that also modules are available. So it's more or less like connecting things together. All of them becomes Lego blocks. Lot of open source things are available independently. We can just stitch it together, and you can deploy it anywhere if you have EC2, or if you have a SageMaker, or if you are building a like project for your college and all, like you can use Google Colab itself there, or you can build a Lambda functions, because Lambda functions are also cheap. I won't suggest EC2. You can do Lambda function, which can just trigger whenever it's needed, and it will be like costing you around like some $10 for one particular project, because you will just give a demo, right? So you can combine Lambda plus OpenSearch, or you can just use OpenSearch. For other remaining things, you can deploy it on any lightweight machines, or even you can use Vercel, because we are not going to do much computation in the app side, because we already loaded everything to the vector DB. We are just going to get the data, and we're just going to load it. For that, transformers are available in JavaScript also. The LangChain is available in JavaScript, so you can simply use that for your front-end applications, or even in back-end, if you're building on Node.js, you can use it, right? So, and then we always want to know when to use RAG, right? The reason is, it's not always needed, first of all. Let's say you are building a simple chat box, right? Which needs just like get to know what particular person is asking for. Like let's say if you are building agents, right? For that, like a planning agent and all. Let's say you are building a Google agent or a travel planner agent. For that and all, you would not even require any sort of knowledge base. The reason is, you just need to know, okay, this guy want to go to Chennai, and he wants to block his calendar, or he wants to book a ticket. For that and all, no knowledge is required, just action is required. There are places where knowledge is also needed. Action is also needed. Action is, you can do by agents, but wherever the knowledge, the extended knowledge is required, there you can use RAG. For example, you want to build a product recommendation system for your particular thing. Maybe you're running some beauty shop or anything, right? So for that, you just wanted to ask You just want to build some front end where people can ask, like, I have this problem, like I have keratosis pilaris plus pigmentation. What would like be suitable for me? And also I have some allergy and all. So based on that, it will be able to give you, okay, for this you can for that you can just add some product catalog, which will have all the details of medical components plus what is the use of that particular product. All those things you can simply do that. But there is another one caveat. There are places where the language itself is a domain-specific one. For example, you want to build some Tamil Lama, or you want to build some Tamil front-facing application. Let's say people just wanted to talk like in a native Tamil, and they want to understand like how to apply for passport. They're talking in like Tamil, like passport apply பண்ணுவது எப்படி ஈஸியா பண்ணுங்க. Or let's say they're not asking for instructions, but they're asking your model to do that. Apply for something, or like book a ticket. Chennai to Kanyakumari 4 பேருக்கு 2 வேளைக்கு டிக்கெட் புக் பண்ணுங்க அந்த மாதிரி. If they are asking in Tamil, the model may not be able to understand Tamil well. And also it may not be able to connect, okay, you are asking in Tamil but the details are in English, may not be able to do that. There are multilingual models, but again there might be scenario where the language that you are using is more domain centric. Let's say you are building for some medical related stuff, or Tamil literature related stuff, or let's say you're working on like some pure infrastructure related documents. The model may not be able to understand. That is where you need to use the fine tuning, because you need to correct your model to understand the domain. Based on that, the model should create the representations. For example, one good example is, even I think like you'll be having another session on like AI for IT operations. If you take any IT operations, you'll be taking lot of log files, right? So in that situation and all, a simple model may not be able to understand. So you might need to build or like do the fine tuning process. Or let's say you're working on some protein structure related research company, or they want to learn about like what kind of recent research has happened, or what are the insights from it and all. Maybe the very base model that we are using for embeddings may not understand that, right? So in that case, we need to fine tune it. So here, whatever I'm talking as a fine tuning, there are 2 fine tuning methodologies. I mean 2 fine tuning areas. One is fine tuning your embeddings. Another one is fine tuning your chat model, which is the generator model. I don't think generator model needs to be fine tuned all the time, because they are just going to like stitch the responses from the vector DB, and that will present it to you in the much more readable way. But the factual relevancy, right? For that we need fine tuning the embeddings model, which is nothing but the encoder based model, which is very simple. Fine tuning encoder models are very simple, quick. You can just do it on your Google Colab, or even in your CPU. You can just Google about like contrastive learning. A lot of contrastive learning related packages are available. You just need some 1,000 pairs of sentences just to adapt to this particular domain, right? So, and then this is what we are going to do. I have taken, like, I have my economic survey. I'll first do the chunking, which means chunking. First level of chunking is nothing but I'll split page by page. I have 400 pages. All 400 pages will be splitted from the PDF. Imagine you have something from your side, like let's say manga. You have like the manga book. You want to quickly want to know what happened in this particular manga, right? You just take the manga, first do the document chunking. Pre-processing, if required, you can do. Pre-processing, you all know, like removing the special characters, or if some other languages are there, or let's say some unwanted URLs are there, deduplication if you want to do. All those things you can do. Then we'll create the embeddings. I'll show you like how the embeddings would look like, and then we'll index them, because like we have like chunks, 1,000 chunks. We need to index 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so that like if my query is matching 100th embedding, for that 100th embedding, what is the sentence or what is the document, I can get it. So the indexing is important, because the chunking and indexing is important. Reason is the model, right? When I say embedding model, it will not take any length of inputs. It requires, like, let's say, the model that I have taken will take 256 or 5112 tokens. Tokens is nothing but, consider right now the tokens are equals to the words, right? But there are methodologies in tokenization, byte pair encoding is there, word piece encoding and all there, but simply tokens equals to words. If you consider, it can take up to 126 words or 512 words, right? But our documents will be very much, right? Like 400 pages, 500 pages. Sometimes, like if you're working on like the medical documents or real world evidence related documents and all, it will go like thousands of pages. And it will have some hierarchical structure also, right? It's not like only one document or one thing you need to say. For example, if you want to know about like what is the GDPR compliance in Europe, you want to know about like Europe overall, and then the specific country related things might be stored in some other places. So that hierarchical structure might be there, or there may be like a different levels of information stored. So for that only we chunk and index them. And we'll be storing that into OpenSearch, right? Once you did this, you can simply retrieve, augment, and generate with the help of FIAS. FIAS is nothing but, again, the Facebook similarity search engine, where it will easily calculate the Euclidean distance. Like, let's say I am standing here. I am the representation of one query. Who are all nearby me? Like maybe the first 2 row people. They are like, look like me, or they are relevant to me. So I'll take those sentences, like whoever is relevant to me, then I'll give it to the generator and it will generate it. Okay. So let me walk you through the, so the embeddings, simply if you want to see, I can, like embeddings will make sense in vector space based on the meaning and relevancy. For example, if you see a sad boy is walking, a little boy is walking, a little boy is running, you can see like how the words are related with each other. The sentences are related with each other. For example, if you take that there is a dog running past in the field that is far away from the sad boy is walking. Because the both sentences are not at all relevant to each other. They are contradicting, or maybe they are completely mutually exclusive with each other, right? So that's why, like, I just want to know, like, how does it look like in the this thing? And we'll be using SBERT, which is nothing but sentence transformers, because the usual transformers will give you word embeddings. Because let's say your word is having like some 1,000 tokens. It will create 1,000 into 5112 tokens. I want to have only 1,000 into 5112 as a dimension of the vector, right? It will be very huge. That's why I want to comprise. So that's why we are using sentence transformers. It has lot of transform models. You can use it. And you can also look for MTEB, which is massive text embedding benchmark. You can take which one is, whatever is like feasible for you as a size, right? Because like there are models from Together AI, OpenAI, Gina and all there. Few of them are not open source, but still they are on the this thing, which is the MTB benchmark, right? So if you want any free one, very tiny one, you can use BAI, which is from Alibaba Group. There you can use BGE, which is BAI General Embeddings. BGE I would have mentioned that you can use it for your purpose, or you can just go through, like you can find which one is relevant to you. Yeah, this is the flow. Query becomes embedding, and we have OpenSearch where the documents become vectors, and that is attached with the face. And KNN is the methodology that we are going to use, K nearest neighbor. Let's say if I take 4K, sorry, K is equals to 4, it will take 4 nearby, like whatever the relevant or matching like the passages to that. Once we retrieve it, we re-rank it with the help of TinyBird, which is very small, and we'll be using Sapphire to generate it. Okay. So I have not included the whatever I talked about, that generation, accuracy of the generated text, and also relevance of the retrieved information. For that, you can just go through this Raga, which is a package which should do 2 things. One is like how the relevant or how factually correct or how does it make sense whatever the sentence is retrieved, and also it will evaluate the perplexity of the generated sentence and all. It's just a very simple package only that you can use. But I'll just give you a walkthrough of this thing that I built on my I'll share this also. It got disconnected, so it may not. So for what I'm using is, if you see, I'm using Boto 3. OpenSearch Pi is the major one because through which only we are going to connect with the open source cluster that we have created in the. You no need to even like touch your AWS console. You just need the configures. All the other things you can do it in the this thing itself, which is your Python code itself, because we have the connectors, right? So I have just configured my AWS account, and then what I'm doing is I'm creating a domain. Because any service you take, you need to create the domain for you. Under the domain only you can create the services, right? I'm using this OpenSearch. I might need extra 5 to 10 minutes. So, and then my domain name is Raga Karan Search 1. Sorry. And I'm using OpenSearch 2.11. If you use 1.x or in the beginners things and all, it does not support the FAS, which means it is not coming up with the nature of vector databases. So that's why you need to use 2.11, which has that. And I'm using the instance of T3 small. It is fine because it comes up with like 10 GB you can use. For me, it's just 5 MB. Whatever embeddings that we have created and stored, it's just 5 MB. You just think like 414 pages just comprises of 5 MB because I'm using the tiny embedding. But if you want to cover the more contextual meanings, you can take like the embeddings which is sizes of 764. Let's say the Robata embeddings and all comes up with 764, right? You can use that. And these are all like just an options, how much GB that I want, all those things. Access policy, I'm not mentioning anything. Yeah, I have created so actually I commented it, but I have created the domain with the configuration. And here is my domain, which is created already, right? And then I'm connecting with my domain through the OpenSearch Python client with the help of like, if you actually go to your OpenSearch, you will find this domain and the domain related informations. Okay, this has to be signed in. Anyhow, like you can see here, this is my domain endpoint, search Raga current search 1, and then there is endpoint. Through this only we are going to connect. And along with that, I'll be adding my AWS authenticator with the help of this request AWS auth, right? And once I connected, my client will be, so this client will be the mode where you can interact. And then comes the actual part. Right now we have created the domain and we have connected with the domain. And then I'm using LangChain. It depends. You can use Llama Index also. But LangChain has a lot of documentation and also very out-of-the-box solution. You can just pick the code and put it over here and just change here and there. Okay, quickly you can build. So what I do is I am taking the Pi PDF loader because I have the Economic Survey of India, this thing. I think it's actually being conducted every 3 years once. Lastly, it conducted in 19 to 20, and then 22 to 23. So I've used that as a PDF, and I have loaded the PDF and splitted the PDFs as a pages, right? Total 423 pages came. And then I have again splitted the pages into chunks, 10,000 character per chunk, right? So till here we have read the data, which is the document, and created the chunks and stored it as a list. Then what I need to do is I need to create the embedding and upload it to the OpenSearch, right? To create the embedding, I'm using Hugging Face embeddings, BGE embeddings, which is from the BY BG small English I have taken. If you are using like multilingual things, multilingual embeddings are there. Again, you need to think about it, whether the multilingual support is good or not. If it is not good, you need to fine-tune your embeddings. Okay. For that, if you want to fine-tune your embeddings, you can simply do with that contrastive learning. You search about the methodology called SetFit, Sentence Transformers Fine-Tuning. So for there, you can just use like very simple, very little data, which is like few prompts. Few shots only you can use. Let's say some 20 examples, 30 examples, 40 examples is enough to come up with the better representations also. Or if you can go more data, but not much training, not much epochs, but more data you can add. Because it's just a contrastive learning, just an alignment it has to do, no need of like learning the further heads of the particular model, right? Because a model consists of two things, the body and head do the classification, but what we need to learn is the body do the representation learning. Okay, so I've just do this, I'm loading it on CPU, and then embedding, we need to normalize the embedding just for the sake of the dimensionality and all those things. And then, yeah, I've loaded the model. When you load the model, automatically the tokenizer related to the model, like the vocabulary related to the model, everything will be loaded. That's the good thing about the sentence transformers. Because if you load in naive hugging face, you need to load the tokenizer separately, you need to load the transformer separately, and you need to write the code for pooling, because whatever embeddings that we get from the BG or the models are word embeddings. We need to pool them so that only we can get the sentence embedding. So it will automatically perform. And then I'm connecting to, I'm just writing a index creation query, because all the document DBs, even if you're working on MongoDB Atlas, it will look like the same. Like you need to write some dictionary kind of a key pair kind of code you need to write, where you can mention the property and what is the type of the data that you're going to store. I have mentioned KNN vector, because we are going to store the vectors. And the dimensions of the vector is 384, because the small BGE we are using. And the space type is nothing but on what metric we are going to come up with the top K things. We are using L2. L2 is nothing but Euclidean distance or the Euclidean space that we are considering. And then Fires is the engine. And the methodology, how it is calculating it. Because you think top K, if you think very brute force approach, we'll do like loop around all the documents, arrange them, top 4, that will take time. So that's why we have this HNSV, which is nothing but hierarchical. You can see the hierarchical navigable small world, which means like it will create some kind of tree kind of structure, so that you can easily navigate to the top K vectors related to it. So you can see this. I've actually like connected all of them, which means the query to create the index I have created. So you can see the query to create the index, and the index name is economic survey. And then BG embeddings is what the embeddings thing. And the OpenSearch URL, this is the place where I need to put the thing. And you can see this, I have commented it off because I have already uploaded them. Vector.add documents. It's just a code where you just need to pass the splitted documents and the field where the documents, the embeddings has to go and sit, right? Once you do that, it will take some time, because it has to go through all the documents, the chunks, and has to create it. Since I have loaded in the CPU, it will take some time. And then you can search it. For example, here you see summary of Indian economy performance over last few years with respect to the food inflation. With respect to food inflation, what has happened? I've just like given the query, and what is the search type? It's an approximate search. And the embeddings is the field. If you can see this retrieved documents, this is what retrieved. And first document you can see the prices and inflation. I asked about inflation. So the first one is prices and inflation. You can see this, the inflation across multiple things. And also you can come to the next one, declining core and food. There you can see headline, inflation, food inflation, core. And then here you can see there's some numbers related to what happens to that particular inflation thing, what is the percentage and all. And then I'm doing re-ranking. For re-ranking, I'm using the package called Flash Rank. So it's very light and very fast. I'm using the micro tiny bird. It can be easily loaded into your this thing. And once you see, the ranked results will vary. You see this first result here is prices and inflation. But here after re-ranking, the first result is around in terms of food security scheme, something related to the core part of the question, which is the food inflation. Previously, it started with the very generic inflation, whatever required, retrieved. Then past that, like the re-ranked one is concentrating more on whatever the context of the question that we have asked for. Because the tiny bird is trained more on this entailment and contradiction related training that performs. And then we do that. Then comes the generation part, because we retrieved, re-ranked, arranged. Now we need to do the generation. For generation, we require a large language model. So this is what required for this generation. We will be using transformers pipeline, auto tokenizer, and auto model for causal LM, because there you can easily load the Zephyr model. And then a few of the utility functions to structure your input to the model. 5 minutes. That's it. So I loaded the model, tokenizer and model, and then I come up with the like template, because like we need to give the context. Here I'm giving the context and the question. It's a prompt. So I'm using the prompt template so that it should fix in that particular area, so that I'll get only the answer. Because the one problem with this Zephyr or any Mixtel or any model is it will randomly create anything. To control that, we are coming up with a templated prompt. And I'm building a chain, chain is nothing but what should do one after one. first we are going through the context, and we are putting the context into the prompt, and then we are sending the prompt to the LLM, and once we get the output, we are parsing that, and then we are getting this as a result. You see this. I asked about the food inflation of over the last few years. In the last few years, Indian food inflation mixed. Like in 21, what happened, 22, what happened, 23, and also it would have talked about this, the Ukraine-Russia war also, and also what is the scheme that government is doing in order to handle that. The same way have made it as a function, so you can simply put like the unemployment related questions also. I've created as a function. There you can put any questions that you want, and if you're good enough, like you can connect this function to your chat bot, which is the Streamlit or Chainlit front end, so that you can deploy. Okay, how did unemployment rate India impacted or varied over 2022 to the state wise? You can see this results according to the latest, and you can see the highest unemployment rates include Bihar 16%, Uttar Pradesh 14%, Rajasthan, and the lowest is there. So all of them you can get it as an output, right? So this is a very quick way of understanding things. You just imagine if you have a very good document of your problem space. So that's why I just wanted to end this particular things with few nudges and cues, which is you can take any things. I'm running my own community. I'm in the stage of building my own community, where the community will not focus on content, will focus on creation or building something as a solution to the society as a open source projects. Because a lot of communities are there. We keep on talking, we keep on forwarding messages, which is not actually helping me as a professional, you as a student or fellow professionals. So we want to build something. That's why I'm building a community called Tholar Tensor. It's like a camaraderie space where everyone will come together, build together, and we are looking for collaborators, as in students or professionals, on two research spaces. One is content categorization in multimodal space. A simple example is like we keep on take screenshots, but we don't know like what is in that screenshot or what we are looking for. We are not able to search it. We keep on go and screenshot. We keep on scroll through it. So just a simple idea I just inspired from multiple places. So we can build a simple like a chat box or a framework which can do the multimodal RAG for content categorization only. And another one is like enterprise policy and technology compliance thing, which is like multiple companies or almost all the service companies are doing requests for proposals. This is actually the problem I got from one of the collaborator in our community. He's a director of some startup. So what every company is facing is when they are preparing for RFPs, they struggle what detail to put, what is the correct. So for that, to build a co-pilot which can help the sales teams or people, those who are working on that, to quickly come up with a solution or to quickly come up with the compliance related details or anything with the help of our things. So these are the two projects that I want to collaborate in terms of this RAG and other Gen AI things. You can certainly reach out to me on LinkedIn. And we're also building AI Tamil Nadu as a community. We're taking initiatives in terms of curating Tamil data sets and also building Tamil language models. So if you are interested in that, you can join. Yeah, thank you. If you have any questions, you can ask me later also, or you can connect with me. I'll share this deck with the notebook through the organizers. You can use it. Just the thing is, you need to create your own AWS account. From there, you need to access it. I'll remove that URLs and all. You just need to replace it with your URL. Okay, thank you. Thanks for the opportunity. Thanks for listening. Sorry if I take more time. Yeah.
Please be there. Please be there, sir. Yes, sir.
Check. I now request Mr. Ruskin Bruce sir to felicitate our speaker. I'm sorry, Sendil Kumar sir will felicitate our speaker. Thank you, Mr. Prabhakaran sir, for an outstanding session that surpassed all expectations. Your expertise expanded our comprehension remarkably. Creativity is intelligence and having fun. It's my privilege to present our esteemed speaker, Mr. Dheeraj Chowdhury, a lead system engineer at EPAM Systems. Mr. Chowdhury's commitment to community engagement as an AWS hero and AWS ambassador underscores his dedication to spreading awareness and knowledge in the tech community. Let's warmly welcome Mr. Dheeraj Chowdhury for an enriching session that will surely broaden your understandings.
Hello guys, good morning. Everybody is low on energy. So the last session was very exhaustive, understanding the deep LLMs and machine learning patterns that he was talking about. So in this session, I am actually going to talk about generative AI, but this is an interesting topic because this is a code editor for you guys where you get a AWS toolkit and you can use that in your Visual Studio Code itself. And that is going to behave like a coding companion for you. So, for example, you write Java code, you write Python code, or you write any sort of code, it is going to give you suggestions that what kind of code you have to write. So how many of you are from a coding background over here? Can you raise your hand? A lot of people. Which language mostly? C, C++, Java, Python, JavaScript, all are supported. Yeah. So I gave my pose for the photo. Sorry for the disturbance. So whatever language you guys said now, be it Java, be it Python, be it JavaScript, Node.js, all these languages are supported by Amazon Code Whisperer. So that is a topic for us that we are going to discuss today. So this topic, I'm not going to talk much by showing you on slides. I will show you a demo that how it behaves. So don't compare it with ChatGPT. It is a coding companion. ChatGPT is running on a different LLM. So it is a different thing. So usually when we talk about Amazon Code Whisperer, you have to compare it with GitHub Copilot. Anyone have worked on GitHub Copilot? So GitHub Copilot gives you suggestions. So for example, if I am writing a calculator program, be it in any language, okay? So we will be having 4 operations: add, subtract, multiply, right? Divide. So for this operation, what we are going to do is, if we write one specific function, so the coding companion starts prompting you for the next code, for the next function you are going to write. Now, how it works? So for example, right now if you're in college, what you're going to do is, you will define the method or the function, and you will just give sum is equal to a plus b, whatever variables you are passing. But when you're working in a company, you have to write each and everything in a try-catch block, okay? So that is your coding style that the company has adopted, right? And whatever code you're writing, it will also require a test case. Now, the test case that you're writing, that test case should also have 100% coverage. So being at college level and then entering the professional coding job, it's a bit difficult, right? So that's where this coding companion helps you. Now, how it helps you? I just spoke about test cases. I spoke about writing a code. I spoke about, thanks. So So I spoke about test cases, I spoke about coding companion. So these are all going to help you while you're coding. And Amazon Code Whisperer is actually a new service. So right now, if you're using it at individual level, it is not going to cost you much. I just covered two aspects, but apart from this, when you're actually working on an industrial level, you also have to be aware that whatever code you're writing, it is not vulnerable to any security threat or a security breach. So for example, if you take a Python library, as it is an open source library, most of its methods are defined on python.org. Okay? If you go over there, a lot of methods are vulnerable. It is an open source community where they have provided you the different methods, that is built-in methods. But when you run a security check onto it, it will say you that, for example, eval is vulnerable. You cannot use it. So why coding companion is required for you? Because this comes before pushing it to the GitHub. So usually when you work in companies, as soon as you push your code onto the GitHub repository or any repository that your company is using, they will run an automation in the background. What it will check? First, it will check the quality of your code. Suppose if you're writing a code in Python, it will check your pylint score. If your pylint score is less than 8, your code is rejected. If your test coverage is less than 95%, your code is rejected. If your code is having any security vulnerability, your code is rejected. So now, as a coding companion, when you are actually pushing this code, all these things are getting documented, right? And your team leader would ask you later that, don't you have that knowledge that you should take care of all these things as a developer? So to help you with that, we have Amazon Code Whisperer. It's a ML-backed service, which is going to help you with all these things before pushing your code to the GitHub repository, and you can do a lot of local testing onto it. So let's understand what exactly this service is. So let me start with my introduction. Who am I? So I started my journey into community program in 2022, where I started as a community builder. So in community builder, I completed almost 3 years now. And during the journey of community builder, I learned a lot of networking, a lot of concepts in terms of AWS cloud. Then I became AWS user group leader. Then I became an AWS hero. And now for my company, EPAM Systems, I am representing EPAM. So I am the first AWS ambassador for EPAM Systems in India from the time EPAM has came into India. So their establishment in the company is from last 8 years. So many people were asking me outside that how these programs impact you. So today, I'm going to tell you that also. See below, those are the byproduct. When I started the AWS Community Builder program, I started writing blogs. I started creating YouTube videos. I started giving sessions that I'm giving right now. 2 years back, I used to sit over there at your place, and today I'm over here, all thanks to the community program. Then I also started coding and pushing my code to GitHub. I started contributing to open source projects, which gave me good knowledge about what exactly I'm doing, and it helped in my personal and professional career growth. Okay, so that is me. That's what I have been doing. Now, moving to Amazon Code Whisperer, what Amazon Code Whisperer is, it is a machine learning power-backed AWS generative AI service, which suggests you the code. I just gave an example of a calculator that you're writing, right? We have 4 functions. You write one, it will understand the pattern of your code writing. So for example, when you're writing a code for add function, it is going to analyze that you use a try-catch block, you use an exception, you use all these patterns, and when it will start giving you suggestions from the second function that you're writing, it will actually modify its suggestion based on the code that you're writing. So, and it's very easy to install also on the Visual Studio Code. So for the Visual Studio Code, just go and install an extension named as AWS Toolkit. Previously, AWS Toolkits was having less services, but now it has increased. So recently, when you open this, you will say AWS Application Composer. You will see Amazon Q. That is a new service which has been launched in reInvent. this year. And the third is application composer on your Visual Studio Code. It's really interesting. I will show you. It's drag and drop. The way we used to do programming in Visual Studio Code, it is the same. So that's what are the new offerings. So now going forward, what all IDEs are being supported by Amazon Code Whisperer. So you can see VS Code, then IntelliJ, PyCharm, Cloud9. Anybody has worked on Cloud9? AWS Cloud9? Yes. It is an online editor that AWS hosts as a service. And it is having a very good integration with all the features that we have in terms of Code Whisperer. And the last one is Lambda Console. So when you go to Lambda Console, over there also when you start writing your code from the AWS console itself, it will start giving you suggestions. And when you write the code, it will also write the test cases for you. I will show you quick examples later on where you will see that you start writing the code or you write a prompt that you want to write a test case for this specific code, it will write a test case for you. Not the entire test case, just a template. Then you can keep on modifying it based on the assertions that you want to give, and it will start giving you suggestions that what all assertions can be added as part of your test cases that you're writing for your Python code. Now, the supported languages is Python, Java, JavaScript, and C#. So let's take an example of generative AI code. I'm not sure whether it is visible or not to you guys. For me, it's not. Can you guys see what exactly is happening? By any chance? So we are providing a prompt, and based on that prompt, it is starting generating code. So if it's not visible, just raise your hand. Can you guys see it? Yes, no, maybe? No? Okay. Okay. Suppose I will do. Can you see now? Okay. So this is a prompt that I have given right now. Okay. And as soon as I start clicking on it, it will give me different suggestions, which is not giving right now. I will try it once again. See, generate code for a Lambda function. This is a suggestion that it is giving. Okay. So I can hover onto it. So when I click the next button, it is changing the patterns of the suggestions that it is given. So right now, the one that you see, okay, so right now the one that you see over here, it is the first suggestion. Okay, when I click on the right arrow, it is showing me the second suggestion. See, the first one, second one. So this is what code companions do. So even if you write prompt, it will tell you what kind of prompt, it will predict that what you're looking for. Or if you're writing a prompt to say that I want to create an EC2 instance. Then it will start writing the prompt for you. So if the screen is visible to you, just let me know if you can see it now. I'm not sure if it will show now. Can you see? Is it visible? No? Okay. So I will move to next. I will give you a demo. In that demo, you will be able to see at the end. But I hope that is visible. So once we write the code, after writing the code, the next thing that comes into picture is writing a test case. And whenever somebody says write a test case, you will say, I have written the test case, and you run away. But right now, the scenario is not the same. You have a coding companion which will help you. Select the code that for which you want to write the test case. It will generate a test case for you. So if you see over here, now, if I play this video, it will show you, if you're writing a prompt, how it will automatically create a test case for you. So you have written a prompt, test case for the first argument, and it has written a test case for that. It is a basic structure that it has created. Now, based on this structure, you can go ahead and put your assertions. Okay, if you put one assertion, it will tell you the second assertions. It will keep on giving you suggestions that what all code you can write as part of the test cases that you're looking for. So if I move next, so the next important part is once you write a test case, you have to actually test the coverage. So previously what we used to do, when we write our code for coverage, we used to run an automation in the GitHub Actions, which used to take some time and show us that what is the code coverage, okay? But for that, you have to push your code to the GitHub. Then only you would be able to test your test cases. But now, it's not like that. With the help of Code Whisperer, you can check your test code coverage also. So if you see at the bottom, it will show you the test coverage that is required for the same. So if I click on next, the next service that we are going to talk about is AWS Application Composer, what it is. So it is a drag and drop canvas for you. So what exactly it does is, if you see it over here, I will just play the video. It will show you how you can drag, connect the dots, and you can create your CloudFormation template for the infrastructure provisioning. So over here, you can see that API gateway is created. It is having 5 methods, and that 5 methods are been associated with 5 different Lambda functions. All these Lambda functions are been associated to them, so it is just a drag and drop that you do, and automatically it will create code for you. So this is from the AWS service, that is from the AWS Application Composer that I just demoed over here. But apart from this, as part of this reInvent recap, if I go over here, see, now Application Composer is part I will just stop presenting. Okay, so guys, if you can see, this I have opened in my actually VS Code. So previously it was not supported. This has been released at this reInvent recap, this reInvent, where now you can use your Application Composer as part of your Visual Studio Code. So previously I was talking that when you create an Application Composer, what it does it is going to go ahead and create a template for you, okay? So if I go over here, if I open this template, that is a YAML template, you will see it is blank at the current moment. Just a minute, see. But if I drag and drop API gateway, automatically it will generate the code for API gateway. This is how it works. It is used for your infrastructure provisioning, where you can drag and drop your services, and based on that, it will generate the code for you. It's not only drag and drop and it will go give you a template. Suppose if I create an API gateway, right? And if I am using a method in API gateway as get, what exactly the get method does when you're using it in any language? Anybody can tell? Why we use get method? API get method is used to get some data from the database with which it is associated, right? So to do that, what we do is we actually run a code in the backend, which will run an API to get the data out of the database which has been associated. So for that, you can associate it with the Lambda function. It is going to do the job for you. It will go to DynamoDB or RDS, from where it will fetch the data for you. So all these kinds of association you can do from the screen itself. So right now, the PPT that I was showing you over here, so actually in this PPT, as soon as you are dragging and dropping, it is creating a code. Now, when you're doing it from the AWS console, on the left-hand side, you see there is a canvas. So on canvas, you can drag and drop, and the second option over there is template. So that template is where your code is going to get generated. If you want to do it from Visual Studio Code, do it from there. If you want to do it from console, you can do it from there also. And you can associate that template file on your local machine. It will write the code on your local machine. So, as I said, when I'm writing a get method, okay, and when I'm writing a, when I'm dragging and dropping a Lambda function, there needs to be an association which needs to be created, right? So when I associate this get method with the list items, automatically that code will be modified. It will make an association with the list items. So let's create a simple API gateway, get, put, delete, three methods we will use, and we will create 3 Lambda functions. Now for Lambda functions, we will generate the code by giving prompt to Code Whisperer, and it will help us to generate the code. So over here, we are clubbing 2 services, but this specific service is not a generative AI service. Just for demo purpose, I am using it because our focus is right now to understand that how Code Whisperer helps to code you. So right now, I have collaborated that with an existing service, which will show you that if you want to do it from console, you can do it. If you want to do it from your VS Code also, you can do it. So there is no dependency of you running behind the console. And if you're a code developer, you definitely prefer to do that by using your VS Code. So if I go to next, okay. Now, this example is from AWS console. So what you can do is you can go ahead and create a folder. In that folder, go ahead and create a template.yaml file. So in serverless demo, I have created a template for YAML file. Once you create this file, go to your AWS console. This file is blank at the current moment. You won't see any data. Now, when you open the application composer, search for application composer, it will give you the service. Once you go in that service, you have to create a project. Okay, once you open a project, it will ask you that do you have to make any association. Make an association with the existing file on your local machine by selecting the folder and by selecting the file that you have created. That is template.yaml file. See, so once it detects the template.yaml file, you are good to go. Now you can go ahead and you can create an serverless application end to end. So first we are going to drag and drop API gateway. Right now, if I click on detail that what is the path for my specific API, then I will also define the item for that specific API that it would be looking for when it is going to perform that specific get function. So screen is bit expanded. Can we reduce it bit? Do you have anyone from the projector side? Huh? Yes, yes, please. So while I'm playing the video from the PPT, I don't have an option to fast forward it. So I will start again. But right now you are able to see it, right? It is not getting cropped from the side. I hope that's okay. So over here, the same thing is happening. It is going ahead and it is creating an application where we have created a template file. Then we open the application composer console. And this demo that I am providing right now, it is all free tier. You're not going to be charged for it. Just make sure once you're done with the demo, delete your resources. Otherwise, that will charge you. So here is the canvas. See, you have to select the project folder from the setting. Go to the folder. So previously we were not able to see the setting on the right hand side. So that's why I asked them to change the setting. So now once we continue, we will start by creating the API gateway. So that side is being cropped now, but it's okay. We have to see the configurations on the right side. So over here, we are defining the path. So once we define the path as item, item would be our ID that I would be using in DynamoDB. Okay. So based on that, I am providing it over here as a route. Then in the get method, first I am defining the put method as per the diagram that I have shown, put, get, and delete. So once it is done, then we have added this route. That route is available. Then we can go ahead in the configuration itself and we can keep on adding routes. So right now I am adding the another route, that is delete. So right now we have 3 methods. These 3 methods we are going to use to get data from the DynamoDB table. Okay. So this is the code which has been generated once I have created those 3 methods as part of the application composer. Now, let's go ahead and click on Lambda functions. So we will drag and drop the Lambda functions. So as soon as you drag and drop, you can again go ahead and make the changes to Lambda function. That if you want to change the name, right now I have kept the name as get item for the specific Lambda function and the source as get item. That is the source that we would be looking for as a path-based routing. And the version of Python I have selected as 13.12. As it is going to create a file on your machine, make sure that your machine is having the same version, the local machine. Otherwise, when you're going to run that CloudFormation template or the SAM build CLI command, it will throw an error saying that you don't have that specific version of Python. So make sure that you have that version. So your runtime should match your local machine runtime if you're doing it from the template of your machine. Okay? And the other settings also, whether it's 32-bit or 64-bit. So right now we have created the 3 different Lambda functions. This is just going to create a template as a code in your Visual Studio Code. Once we complete this, you will see. Okay? And going forward, I will also show you if you have not added the right runtime, it is going to give you an error for the same. So right now we are going to make associations. So now the methods that we have created, we have associated those methods with different Lambda functions. Now these are been associated and we are creating a DynamoDB table. In this DynamoDB table, I am going to create a key ID, which primary key you can say, which is ID. And based on that only we are performing the get, put, and delete. So get, it will get the data based on the ID association that we have in DynamoDB table. So this is how we have built our serverless application framework in terms of infrastructure provisioning. So it is now going to create an infrastructure, but on the left-hand side, if you see, I don't know if you can see or not, I'm not able to. So over there, one folder will be created, source folder. That source folder will be having 3 folders, get, put, and delete. In that 3 folders, you will have one file that is .py file that is going to be a Lambda code that you have to write. So that is the handler.py. This is the handler.py file. This is a basic template. It is not going to run. As I said, that service that we were using, it was for infrastructure provisioning. It was not for development. Now, over here comes the role of Amazon Code Whisperer. So right now, I'm going to give the prompts over here. These are the prompts that I have provided. Now, as I click on, enter, it started guiding me that what code I have to write. So entire code that you see over here, as I click on enter, the next line pops up. As I click on enter, the next line pops up. So you have to give the prompts and automatically Amazon Code Whisperer is going to provide you code for the same. If you just keep on looking at it, so it has understood all the associations, it has read the code that you had, and based on that, it has provided you this. That is a Python Bodo 3 inbuilt method, that is get item. and that get item is going to have everything. So now, once I clicked on enter, you can see it is showing me the next method also to put item. So that is how it gives you auto suggestions. And this code is going to work for sure whenever you're going to run it. So this is how I have written the first one, that is get item. Now I have gone to second handler.py file in our another folder, that is put. Okay. Okay, yeah, it is put. So over here again, I will give the prompt. So just read the prompt carefully. I have mentioned everything, that my primary key is going to be ID, what is my path that is been associated with my API gateway methods that I have created. Okay, and now I am just clicking on enter and it is giving me the code. So right now it has given me the code to write the table, but over here you saw that before this it gave me a different method. It is not 100% taught that it is going to give you a right method. So it is a coding companion. You should understand whatever suggestions it is giving, is it right or wrong. So when it gives suggestion, understand whether it is giving the right code or not. If it is not giving the right code, then tweak the code by adding something. It will understand that and it will give you new suggestions. So this is now our third one, that is delete one. So over here, I have mentioned that we have our environment variables as well as our primary key, and it is going to give us the method for delete at the current moment, because we have mentioned delete item from the DynamoDB table. It gave an inbuilt method of dynamo.table, which is going to fetch the data that has been passed as a key, and this is the inbuilt Python Boto3 method, which is going to go ahead, take your event ID, and it is going to pass, and it is going to check what are the rows been inserted for the DynamoDB table, and it is going to go ahead and delete that. Now, once you're done with that, you have to run a SAM CLI build command. AWS CLI is not going to work for serverless implementation, so make sure you install SAM CLI. Once you install SAM CLI, if it's a Windows machine, you have to make sure that it should be sam.cmd. It is not going to work with SAM commands. The reason for that is Windows does not support git bash kind of way of coding. So if it is Linux or if it is Mac, SAM command should work. But for Windows, it should be sam.cmd. So over here, first we built the project by using the SAM CLI. Okay. So once the project is built, what we are going to do is we are going to go ahead and yes. So this is what I told you. This is an example. I mentioned the wrong version of Python runtime, and it gave me an error while I was building. So right now I have changed the version. It was 3.19. Okay, I have made it 3.10 because my runtime of local machine was 3.10. So I replicated this error to show you that your runtime is very important, whatever you're defining. So I just got one error. You might get different errors if you have defined it as 64-bit machine, but it is 32-bit machine. So you have to be sure that your local machine configuration matches with the configuration that you have given over here for your serverless application. Then you have to use the build command, that is samcmd build, and then deploy. So you can see the build was successful, and right now we are just going ahead and deploying it. So this will deploy your entire application in just 5 minutes. So that is how easy it is to use a Amazon Code Whisperer in collaboration with other services, or if you are doing any kind of coding in terms of writing Java programs, Python, or Node.js. So that's it from the demo perspective. Anybody has any questions? We have 3-4 minutes to answer. Yes, sir.
Can we get the cost view? Cost view. So in case you create a stack, right, use API gateway, Lambda, and DynamoDB. Can we get the cost view at the time of creating the stack? Oh, okay.
So, sir, cost view is not as part of this Code Whisperer. So Code Whisperer is from the development perspective, where it is just going to give you suggestions in terms of implementation, not from the cost optimization perspective.
No, yeah, that's what the developer wants to know that cost at the early stage, right? That's my question.
So cost in the early stage is actually not visible on the AWS console also,
Okay.
apart from few services like RDS or something. So when you create a database, it will tell you that per month cost, what it will be. But for many of the services, it is not going to tell you. Any other questions? Yes, sir.
How about the supports in terms of database queries, SQLs, PL SQL programs?
So for PL SQL programming, if you are using Athena or something in terms of S3 or
Oracle, any database
or
queries?
so they have some support for SQL queries also. I have not tried it, but as per the documentation, it says that yes, it is going to support that also. And this time it has advanced as part of this year reInvent with more additions. So previously it was not actually supporting CloudFormation and Terraform templates, but now it is supporting that also.
Because the other codes are the standard templates, so you have the methods. But when you come to the database, the data structures, it differs. Everyone's according to the domain. So the metadata, where it is going to fetch, how it is going to, because I can query it, whatever the data structure might I have. But in terms in Oracle, right? So it has its own metadata. So that's what I just want to know, how it has been supported.
So in terms of other products apart from AWS, it's not that robust, to be honest, because if you see the machine learning data which has been fed to it for 17 years, it is mostly from the AWS side. But if you talk from the programming perspective, like writing a code onto something, right, Java, Python, it is well supported. But if you are looking for a specific product, you will not get that appropriate input. To be honest, as a user, I have tried it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes?
Sir, as we know, the GitHub Copilot is working on Codex. Codex has the foundation model. So does Code Whisper also depends on Codex,
No.
OpenAI Codex?
No, it does not. It has their own machine learning algorithm that it has in the backend where they are feeding the data on daily basis or weekly basis. It keeps on learning something new and giving you better suggestions.
So you can say it is not biased over something or not.
It is not biased over something. It will just give you suggestions. That might be wrong also. So I just demoed it to show you guys that I asked him to write, get me a function which is going to push a code, but it first gave me a suggestion saying that get a code.
Yeah.
That is why it is called as a coding companion. It is not a coder,
Yeah.
right? It is going to give you suggestions. It might be wrong. So it is our expertise which comes into picture over there.
So human assistance is needed.
Yes, for sure. 100. This is only going to increase your productivity by 40 to 50%.
Okay.
Your productivity,
Yeah.
not the requirement perspective. So if you give it a prompt, it is not going to write a code. You have to start writing it. It will prompt you that what you can add as part of that code.
Okay.
So it's not like ChatGPT, you will write the prompt, it will give the entire code. It's
Yeah,
not like
so
that.
it's different from ChatGPT.
Yes. So it is different LLM and this is different.
Okay.
So it is same like Copilot.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Any other questions? Okay, then thank you guys for all hearing me out and for being a fantastic audience. I hope you like the session. If you have any queries, I am available till the evening. You can reach out to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dheeraj, for an intensely enriching session which enhanced our familiarity with Amazon Code Whisper. Now, I request Dr. Sumati from IT department to felicitate our speaker. your limitation. It's only your imagination. I'm honored to welcome Mrs. Vijayalakshmi Bhaktavachalam, an exemplary SRE at HCL Technologies with a decade of expertise including DevOps and Microsoft 365. A community leader dedicated to equity, she generously shares her knowledge. Let's welcome Mrs. Vijayalakshmi Bhaktavachalam to deliver transforming IT operations, unleashing AI/ML power on AWS. Welcome, ma'am.
A very good morning, all of you here, and thank you for that warm welcome. I'm sorry I missed your good name. So I'm sure all of you are having a wonderful sessions, right? Yes? No? Yes, I could see bright faces lit up, and thank you very much for coming all over here on Saturday morning. So today, for the next 20 to 30 minutes, I'll be shedding some light on AI/ML service on AWS. So what do you think we'll be discussing today? Anyone would like to try? What we are going to discuss? Any guesses? Bedrock, no. I think another Sage may, no. I'm going to discuss something easy, not very difficult, no coding, nothing. Some light session which gives you a lot of insights. So no guesses, so I'm going to discuss about a service that surprises, okay? Give me a minute. Just taking some time to load. Okay. Before that, yes, there was some introduction about myself. I am Vijayalakshmi Bhaktavachalam. I have about 10 plus years of experience working as, okay, it's restarted, oh? Okay. Yeah, I can do it. Let me get the slide deck. There's a problem, is it? So as usual, I am hit with an issue, that's okay. So I have some around 10 plus years of experience working around cloud technologies and DevOps. Today we'll be discussing about AI/ML services that is used for monitoring, okay? So how many of you, I know a lot of college students are here. How many of you know that IT operations is 24/7? And it's a threat, right? Earlier, I still remember when I was about to enter into this profession, everybody told me, you're going to work day and night. And my bad luck or good luck, I was into operations. You know, suddenly we'll get a call, okay? Not just a phone call, but an on call. So I will have to pick the call, look for an alarm, right? How many of you know that it's tedious? When you launch an application or deploy an application and you are being pager dutied for it. How many of you like to work in service degradation or outages, sit whole night debugging? Anybody love to do it? No. Yes. If I'll be surprised if somebody says an yes, and I'll recommend them for operations then. Right? Nobody likes it all, right? So I'm going to discuss two of the services that will ease the process of monitoring. It will ease, but it will not auto-remediate. So that's a caution here. So just give me 2 minutes, I'll get my slide deck onto the projector. So there is one recommendation for me to sing a song, but I'm worried others will run away. So what do you think are challenges in IT operations? Anybody would like to share your thoughts, anything that you think? What is the problem in our operations today, IT operations? Communicating remotely, yes.
a very dumb question will be thrown at you and randomly services go down. It's like you have a demo at 8 p.m. 7:59, there is no guarantee that your service is up. Uh, all this is happens. Worst of all this is cloud by itself can go down for some reason. That is an evident that we saw even with AWS. So in operations, anything can go wrong. And in customer, he only cares about I paid money, I did not get service for that very specific time, and he'll sue us left and right.
Okay. So he was very genuine, I would say. He just spoke his mind out, right? So yes, but do you all imagine if all the systems are 100% healthy? 300. So if all the systems are 100% healthy, do you all think we will have a job? If cloud is always up and running, do customers require us? No, right? So it's partly good, right? But we should learn that skill to resolve the problem so we are paid, right? So it's always good to have systems unhealthy. Then only our job is very good every day, right? But we can just ensure that it goes down only the daytime so we can sleep. Go to E drive, D drive, go to D drive. There is this folder, right? That folder. Slide, the full. So, okay, I know there's a lot of operation issues here. So, okay. Earlier, all the applications were all monolithic, right? Okay, we can actually have data under control to a limit. But now if you see, the applications are all distributed. So the basic challenge I foresee is on the data itself. There is a lot of information overload, right? Data overload. As he's rightly said, there are a lot of services and suddenly a service can go down, right? So there is a data overload. What happens when there is I'm just going through the first part of my slide as we are for the benefit of time. So challenges in IT operations actually comes with the data itself, right? Lot of services distributed in nature, considering resiliency, availability. I see when I open my logs, I see a huge amount of logs. And when there is a problem, I don't know where to go and check for the first place, right? And to collate that metrics and give an insight, it really takes away, when there is a problem, at least first 4 or 5 hours goes in finding which log to go and find out. And where can I really look into the problem, right? The right path to the problem itself is very, very difficult. Narrowing down the problem is the first thing, right? So these are the challenges that I foresee in IT ops. Okay, now we have spoken a lot about what are the problems. What are we doing to solve this problem? Any ideas? What do we generally have in place to solve the problem? Sorry? What is that? Restart. Good idea. But servers cannot be restarted just like that. Maybe my laptop. See, it restarts twice or thrice. Okay. Oh? Error log. Yes, very good. Very good point. Error log. So what do we do with the error log? Okay, I get a phone call. Ma'am, your service is not working. What service is this? Okay. Yes. So finally, my deck here. We can go to the third slide. So this is a very good scenario. See, I hit with a problem and somebody helps me. So they are the operation people today. So this is what we spoke about, challenges in IT operation. So I've spoken a lot about it. I'm sure you got some insights into this. Okay, I should have not put it now. Okay. So yes, at least few have got a glimpse of it. I don't want to hear from the AWS people already. If somebody got a glimpse of it, if you would like to tell me what is it I'm doing to keep this situation under control. I got a very good answer, error log. Okay. That's a skill. That's a behavioral skill. Next time we'll pick that up. So with error logs, what we are doing is we are monitoring them, right? So this is the architecture with the native AWS monitoring tools. If any of you have got a glimpse into any of these simple AWS architectures, you should have definitely come across these services: CloudWatch, CloudTrail, CloudWatch Logs, RDS Performance Insights. So this is how AWS is helping its customer monitor the services and keep situation under control, right? Does this make sense? Now, the next interesting thing. I'm going to talk about the observability maturity model. So I told you that whenever there is a problem I'm hit with, I immediately go and check my monitors, logs. Sometimes the monitor works, sometimes it doesn't. Why? Why my monitor doesn't work? At times, break. No, not really. Because the monitor is not rightly calibrated. Because we have foreseen a circumstance, but it's not always the only condition my system can go down. There are a lot of uncertainty and ambiguity. Okay? So that's why I thought it's good to discuss about the maturity model. We can classify the observability matrix into 4 levels. Okay? The level 1 and level 2 comes under the basic monitoring, where I monitor my logs and set up alarms with static thresholds to alert me whenever there is a problem. Okay? Next comes level 3 and level 4. In level 3, it is predictive analytics. Okay? What we are doing here? So we have AWS empowering its customers with services, making use of machine learning models to alert us. Okay? That's what we are going to discuss today. So we'll be looking at Amazon DevOps Guru and AWS CloudWatch anomaly detection, hopefully. So level 4 is something beyond that. Not just letting us know the insights, but also it tries to self-heal or auto-remediate the problem. Okay? That looks good, right? Self-healing. I have not explored on that yet. Okay, now, so as I said, so the initial part we saw that it was the native AWS monitoring architecture. Now we have the AI Ops augmented layer. You can see that the downside of the native monitoring, we have the AI Ops monitoring tools, which is the CloudWatch anomaly detection and DevOps Guru. So on the looks of it, what do you feel? On the looks of it, what do you feel is the difference? Any difference you notice? I don't see. I will award someone if they find a difference here. Okay? It has all the capabilities that our native monitoring tools have, like integration with dashboards, alarms, or third-party operation centers. Everything is available with the AI Ops service as well. That's one nice advantage, right? So we know that we can integrate it with the usual dashboards that we utilize. Okay? Is that helpful? You should say yes. Say yes. If you're not saying yes, I'll force you to say yes then. Okay? At least 4 people should tell me yes. 4 people no, okay. So what is Amazon DevOps Guru? So I put it on the board, right? What is, I'm going to make you learn what is Amazon DevOps Guru today. Amazon DevOps Guru, you should tell me. See, I put it on the board, very easy, 2 words, right? Tomorrow somebody comes and asks, you should tell me. You should tell I taught you. Okay? Amazon DevOps Guru is what? It's a fully managed service. So AWS is doing everything for me. And it is a ML powered service. Okay? Machine learning powered service. There are ML models behind the service. So we are not given so many details of how the ML model is being trained, but it is being trained with loads of experience that AWS has in hosting their products and operational excellence of Amazon.com as a whole. Okay? So with that being said, what it does? It helps us improve our application availability and reduce downtime. How does it do that? So what it does is it understands the operating pattern of our application, and whenever there is an anomaly, it alerts us. So that is what a DevOps Guru is doing. Right now, if somebody asks what is DevOps Guru, at least we will be able to say a word about it, right? Say right. So you have to say right next time I ask you, okay? So why DevOps Guru? DevOps Guru is easy. I told you, right? No coding. You need not go and code or find a configuration file to modify so that you integrate it with your infrastructure. Nothing doing. There is an easy, it is very easy. You just open the console of Amazon DevOps Guru and hit on get started. Then what it does is it gives you option which stack to select, either using the CloudFormation stack or the tags that we use to tag our resources or the entire account as such. So it's very easy to use. Everybody can try, okay? And DevOps Guru also has some 7,200 hours with the free trial, okay? Okay, yes, why I loved DevOps Guru is it is helping me detect my operational issues. At least I need not have a great ML expertise or any resource expertise. It helps me get all the insights on a single view. So that's what DevOps Guru specializes in. It is scalable. How? So now I select the CloudFormation stack today, and tomorrow I add more resources to it. I need not change anything in the configuration of DevOps Guru. It automatically starts analyzing that resource as well. That's a specialty with DevOps Guru. And quick resolution of issues. This one, we need not consider it like, okay, DevOps Guru is going to resolve my problem, but it definitely is going to reduce the time for recovery. Suppose today I take 1 day to recover from a problem. Using DevOps Guru, I can definitely reduce 4 or 5 hours, because the initial point of narrowing down the problem becomes easier with DevOps Guru enabled. Reduces noise. Yes, with static alarms, maybe we can figure out the problem, may not. But DevOps Guru, with its excellence of ML model, will analyze all the resources, and if it suspects the problem as well, it gives us insights. So that's what DevOps Guru does. So all of us can try DevOps Guru. So whatever I was talking so long, right, that's on a picture, so that we can easily relate. So the first thing is the coverage selection. As I told, it's simple to use. We can make use of the CloudFormation stack, tags, or the AWS account as such. Once we enable, okay, now I enable DevOps Guru, not immediately I will have the resources analyzed. It at least takes 24 hours based on the resource count that we have, and to generate that insight, okay? So what my DevOps Guru does, after I have the resources selected, I have my data flowing in, the DevOps Guru ML model continuously analyzes the data that keeps coming in, okay? And that's how it establishes the normal operating pattern, okay? So once, okay, that inside that box, right, we have something called metric analysis, related events, and recommendation. So this is what, when an anomaly is detected, it will show us the related events, what caused the anomaly, and the recommendations. So it also provides a roadmap on where we can go to solve the problem, okay? And the integration, it can be integrated with a simple notification service or any of your pager duties, Slack channels, WebEx, a lot more integrations available, okay? This is how the architecture flow of DevOps Guru looks like. So this is, I have not done this, but this is a sample workflow when there are multiple AWS accounts in an enterprise, and there is an SRE team trying to get all of the insights on a single view. They can enable DevOps Guru in each of the AWS accounts and get a delegated admin account and get this all collaborated on a Amazon QuickSight dashboard. Yeah, it is continuous. Actually, I tried for the purpose of the demo, I just gave it one database, one not one, two, three RDS databases, and it took about 8 hours for me to give the insight. So Amazon DevOps Guru has a wide capability. Like it can help monitor a lot of resources, but for the purpose of demo, to demonstrate one of its ability, I am doing this demo with RDS, okay? So yes, I'm going to play the demo because as I said, it took a lot of hours for it to give the insight, okay? So the demo that I have run is available on this GitHub page. Is it visible? If not, I will ensure to share it with the coordinator. Okay. I'll come down in the same folder. What I'll be doing in this demo is, I have created some, used some CloudFormation stack to get a database created. And we have a Cloud9 instance to connect to the database, okay? So I've populated the database with some data, and I'm trying to simulate some performance issue in the database. So that performance issue should be made available in the DevOps Guru dashboard as an insight, okay? Can you play from the start? Okay. Okay, so this is the GitHub page that I earlier mentioned. Okay, from here I am downloading the CloudFormation stack. Is this visible? That screen not visible. Can you just switch off? So just getting the CloudFormation stack created. Basically, our intention is to see the insight on the dashboard. This is just a prerequisite that I have done. So I'm creating the CloudFormation stack and checking on its progress. So this is, so the name shows there, DevOps Guru stack. So the creation and progress, I give it some time. And we can see that 2 stacks are created. One is the Cloud9 instance, which I'll make use to connect to the database. So a lot of other resources required are getting created, which is the RDS instances, then security groups, service roles for DevOps Guru. Okay, so my Cloud9 instance is as well up. So these are the few databases I have created. So this CloudFormation stack creates a lot of databases, but I resort to one piece of demo. So now I'm launching my Cloud9 instance. So the GitHub page has all the instructions for this prerequisite, okay? So from the Cloud9 instance, what I'll be doing is I'll be cloning that repo and installing some libraries to carry out this test. Basically, I'm simulating some performance issue manually, and I want my DevOps Guru to analyze it and show it to me, okay? So I'm installing the libraries. Sorry, the screen resolution is not greatly visible. But this one can be tried by any of you. But note that it will cost you some money. Ensure once you are done, you clean the stack so that it looks better at least. So with that, I am also doing running a script so that I can connect to the database. The host name, DB username, password, all that is done. And the next thing, my eyes are not visible. Yeah. So the next thing is I am running a test script, okay? Test1 database, I'm connecting to the test1 database, and then I'm creating a table, okay? So all this is not required. This is a simulation, so we'll be able to see the inside. So I'm creating a table for this purpose, after which I'll try to insert some data. I'm using a script to insert about 10 million records, okay, into that database, just to get a simulation of a production database, right? It will have a lot of records. So I'm going to run that script on my demo now. Once that is done, I will have the data loaded onto the database, after which I will try to simulate the locking mechanism, okay? What we will do is we will create an index on the database, Okay, and the next thing is I'll use two terminals. Okay, on the first terminal, it's taking some time to run the script. So this is the data ingestion happening. So if you see, we will have numbers populated, which indicates the records. Can you see at least some number, right? 10,000, 20,000, like this 10 million records goes into the database. After which I will try to update a record, okay? And on the other terminal, I will try to create a lot of threads to update the same record. So what will happen is, when a record is already logged and a lot of competing thread goes and tries to access that, there will be a degradation in database performance. That's what I'm trying to simulate. So here, on the second window, I am creating that simulation of updating the same database record. Okay, if you can see, there will be a lot of threads, starting thread 1, thread 2, multiple threads, like more than 60 threads will be created with this script. So this is going to affect my RDS, right? So what I will do is, after running this, I'll go and check my DevOps Guru dashboard. So here I'm manually going and checking, but DevOps Guru also provides you with an option to set up notifications as well. So you can set notifications to your emails or operational Slack channel, so that team gets notified. Okay. So if you can see, my database has caused too many connections now. Can you see? Can you pause here for a while? Excuse me. So this is the DevOps Guru dashboard. If you can see, it shows me clearly that one service is impacted and there is one ongoing reactive insight. Okay. So this stack is unhealthy. If you can see, it also shows me the CloudFormation stack that is unhealthy. Okay. Yeah, you can play that. So it shows it is unhealthy. And if I just go down and click on insights as well, I can see RDS DB load anomalous. Okay. And it also shows what are the parameters that is causing this. Can you see? Database performance anomaly, and it shows that unusually high DB load. Okay, because I have simulated that load. Okay. And if I further drill down, I can as well see the recommendation. So it says me to enable the performance schema, and from the performance insights, I can as well see which is the SQL statement that led to this problem. Okay. So this is where I am going to the performance insights dashboard. Can you see? It clearly shows the statement as well. Okay. Stop the video. So this is how DevOps Guru works. Was that helpful? Was that insightful to know the functionality of how DevOps Guru analyze your resource? Yes. Actually, yes, DevOps Guru also takes data from CloudWatch, CloudTrail, Performance Insights, all of which, but here we are not setting up any specific metric that needs to be monitored. What it does is, they have the ML models, pre-trained ML models. It will understand from the AWS experience data that it has been trained. It knows what are the actual and normal operational patterns of the application.
So is it common for all the databases like warehouse and everything? Because warehouse obviously having data warehouse I'm talking.
Okay.
It has all, heavy load every time. So we may have a false alert also, right?
It actually understands the operational patterns of our application. It analyzes the resource, right? So maybe my database is always having a 90% workload. Then it doesn't consider it as an anomaly. But suddenly, if so for a week or for a month, my database load is 90%, and suddenly when there is 120% or 150%, that is considered an anomaly. Usual pattern, difference in pattern is being triggered.
Can we mark it as false alarm? We can ignore, it's the only option.
Suppose if there is any maintenance window kind of thing, we can actually I'm not seen that option with DevOps Guru, but with CloudWatch Anomaly, we can actually mark a maintenance window saying that data needs to be ignored because we are doing some maintenance.
Is there any option to configure the metrics? I mean, instead of going 90, we are getting alarm. It is our warehouse always having 90% of peak. I'm telling if it is 95%, give alarm, otherwise leave it. 90 also give alarm. Kind of configuration can we do?
I don't think that kind of fine tuning is not available with DevOps Guru. But understanding your question, suppose we have some operational pattern, then DevOps Guru is not going to alert us on that case.
We cannot configure. We can use it.
Use it, yeah. It's kind of all automated.
Can we do any other operation based on this alert?
Yes, we can. We can integrate it with Lambda.
You have a slide for that? Or?
Earlier I showed an architecture, right, where we have Event Bridge and Lambda. That same architecture, we can ensure that we have that insight, and once we have some specific insight, then we can write a function in the Lambda to do that action.
So
yes,
all
doable.
inside having a separate alarms?
Any insight will be shown in the dashboard. Once you set up an alarm, you will be notified.
We have a list.
Yeah.
List of
Yeah. Thank you. Yes, actually, I tried in my account the same demo, and I deleted the stack because it will incur money. After deleting the stack, and because this is simulated, right? Once I stopped the simulation, what happened is I'm able to see the reactive insight and how much time it took for resolution.
It's possible.
Yeah, it is possible. DevOps Guru shows that. I have it in my laptop, but there's a connectivity problem. Yes, but DevOps Guru shows. So there is an ongoing reactive insight, and we resolve the problem. The insight automatically gets resolved because DevOps Guru is continuously analyzing our resources. So once database is back to state, it will say that your stack is healthy. So we need not go and do anything in specific. Yes, it gives. Yes, it gives recommendations, but it is with us to find out if the recommendation really suits our need. Okay. Any one more question we can accommodate, if one of you would like to share your feedback on how do you think you can take this service and try out or integrate in your enterprise. You will try it, yeah? Thank you. See, he was so kind, see. He's going to try it. I think we can go to the slide. And slide. No tension, please. So the next one, I'll just quickly cover on the CloudWatch anomaly detection. I don't have a recorded demo for CloudWatch. Last but one. CloudWatch anomaly detection. Last but one. That's all. So CloudWatch anomaly detection, I'm not sure if I'll be able to show the demo because my laptop has some issues. Okay. So this one, right, in CloudWatch, we have an option for each of the metric. So we can enable this anomaly detection. What this does is, it at least requires 2 weeks of training data. So the metrics, 2 weeks of data it considers, and it creates a model for itself. So that model, what it does is, it will create a band, okay, like upper band, lower band. So it is not based on a static threshold. The threshold is dynamic. So it will create a range of values, and it will alert me whenever my threshold goes beyond or below the band. Okay. This is one such good feature you can use for metrics like CPU, memory, disk utilization based on each of our application. Okay. Maybe I will write a blog on it and post it because I am unable to show the demo today. If not, for any questions, I'm done with my slide deck for today and the topic as well. So thank you very much, all the organizers of AWS Cloud Clubs, all the student coordinators, and thank you for being an amazing audience. Wish to see you all next time. Thank you.
Check. I sincerely thank Ms. Vijayalakshmi Bhaktavakshalam for an outstanding session. Your wisdom remarkably expanded our understanding. Now, I request Ms. Dolly Gino to felicitate the speaker. It's time to end the morning session. Please take your break now, your lunch break. You can go to the technology mess, all the students and all the speakers, first floor panel. Thank you so much. If you need any guidance, kindly let me know. Creativity is intelligence and having fun. It is my privilege to present our esteemed speaker, Mr. Ayanar Jayakrishnan, Executive Director, Principal Engineer of Wells Fargo, who brings with him unique ideas gleaned from decades of expertise. Today, he'll provide insights into unleashing ML magic, demystifying Amazon SageMaker Canvas for student innovators. Let us heartily welcome Mr. Ayanar Jayakrishnan, sir, for an educational seminar designed to improve our common understanding. We welcome you, sir.
Thanks. Sorry? Yeah, it's audible. Check. Yes, it's good. Okay. Thanks for the kind introduction. Okay. So we are waiting for the people to join the session, or we can start. Okay. Let's start with a thanks note for this event, okay, who are organized this event, okay. It's a wonderful event, and it's a good collaboration event which will enlighten the student on their career. Okay. And about me, I'm AWS 12x certified, and I'm AWS community builder, machine learning, and also I'm AWS user group leader, co-organizer from Bangalore, okay. I have around 18 years of experience on multiple areas, particularly on the machine learning and building a data platform, as well as on the cloud, okay. And today's session, how many of them here are from non-IT? Great, okay. And how many are aspire to be a or a machine learning engineer? Good. This session is for you, particularly people who are non-IT, who have a passion to learn the machine learning. You can use tools like AWS SageMaker Canvas, which is a no-code, low-code tool to do the machine learning, artificial intelligence, consume the artificial intelligence service from Amazon, as well as you can use a SageMaker tools, as well as generative AI services also. And how many of them here participated in any event like a Kaggle, hackathons? Okay, good. Okay. Who want to build a application or say some machine learning by doing a coding? How many people do day in, day out coding here? Your favorite program? Yes, programming language. JavaScript. Okay, great. And how many people want to build a machine learning, but I don't have a coding experience? How many are aspire to do that? I don't have machine learning experience, but I'm aspire to do some machine learning. Okay, good. At the end of the session, I will take a feedback from you of what, okay? Make sure that you have a better understanding of how to use a no-code and low-code tool. Thank you. This is the agenda. We'll start with generative AI, the path to the generative AI, then the high-level machine learning lifecycle, then we talk about the AWS AI and GenAI stack, then directly get into our hands-on, okay? And this session, I primarily break down 15 minutes to 20 minutes for the hands-on, and want to be more interactive. Anybody have questions, you can always raise a hand. I'll clarify your questions. Thank you. How many of them not heard about GenAI? I say, I don't know what is GenAI, people are talking about it. I don't even heard about the word called ChatGPT. Anybody here? Okay. Anybody spoke about ChatGPT recently with your family? Okay, good. So let's start with the machine learning, okay? Software developers here, sorry, I always want to first interact with the software developers. How many of them are software developers? Currently or previously, okay. Madam, you can raise your hands. Hi, okay. So, let me put up a small difference, okay. If I want you to build you a software to fill an application to get the customer details, Okay, you can build your logic and you can create them small forms, and you need to have a front end where you collect all your data and you will store in your database. It's a simple software engineering. Okay, here you will write in your logic in your application how it need to stay in the data. Okay, but the machine learning work a different manner. Okay, you feed the data, you train your model, and it give you the logic. Okay, here you use your logic and build your program in a machine learning. You generalize using your data, you generalize the model and give you the logic. Okay, that's a very simple understanding. Okay, what is a machine learning 101? Okay. And I'm not going to touch upon code. I'm strictly not touch upon code. Make sure that you guys are stay with me. Okay. And this is a one, I want to make sure I'm presenting in an intuitive manner. Okay, at the machine learning 101, we'll start with the supervised learning. What is supervised? Okay. Let me make it very simple, okay? I have a baby. I'm telling the baby, this is cat. This is cat. You tell cat, and the baby will identify as a cat. After 10 or 15 times, it will identify that as a cat. This is a simple thing it is doing, okay? You take it a classification. We have a circle, we have a triangle, and we are training the model, we are building using algorithm, we are training the model to predict, okay? So this is a classification. You can have a dog or cat. Very simple understanding is we are training the data and we are validating and generalizing it, okay? Okay. And that is a basic understanding about a classification. Then comes the linear regression. Why am I talking about a linear regression here? Let's say we have 6 months of the data about how your sales on the last 3 years, how your sales is going to be in the next 6 months. It's a prediction. You have your data. With your data, you are going to predict. Okay? Then logistic regression, yes or rain. How many people get the weather forecast? It may rain. And the probability of rain is 70%, or the probability of rain is 90%. That's what, with all the data, they are trying to predict whether it rain or not, okay? So that's a logic regression, okay? This both are all supervised learning because we are feeding the data. With the data, it is trying to predict, and we are training the model with that, okay? Then we have unsupervised learning, where you just randomly give the data, and it trains the model, and it will do the clustering. Here you see, I'm taking the same data, and it is clustering. It's a rectangle, it is a triangle, and a circle, okay? It's giving the clustering. And anomaly detection is one more, where you have you can easily intuitively understand, right? In this data, what is anomaly? Whichever is marked as a red, that is the anomaly. That is about anomaly detection. Why do we need to know all those things? Because you can talk about the AI, generative AI, but at the fundamentals, this is a machine learning 101 you need to learn. Do I need to do, still I'm not touching the code. While I'm coming to the demo, giving a demo, this will come into the handy. With this understanding, you can be able to do it. Here comes the path to the generative AI. It's all start with the charts and graph, okay? How many people created a graphs in your PPT, or project managers created a PPTs? You given a data, let's say if you are taking a count in your class, whoever is interested in a sports, and they will give you, some people like to join the basketball, some people want to join the tennis. After that, you will give a pie chart of what is the interest. We are representing the data in a chart, okay? And you can use the modern tools on a BI, like a Power BI or AWS SageMaker quick sites. Okay, this is where it starts. We call that as a descriptive analytics. Then we are talking about the predictive analytics, okay? We spoke about this one. We have the data. With that, we are trying to predict. It can be a linear regression, or it can be yes or no, like a logistic regression, or we are clustering the data, okay? Then comes the predictive AI. We are still talking about the data which are in numbers, or which can be easily converted into the numbers. But the predictive AI is different. You can see this in the pictorial representation I have given. And the third one, the predictive AI, the baby is able to identify cat or dog. It's artificial intelligence, okay? We are using a neural network and training the multiple, feeding the data with the multiple images, and it is generalizing it, and you are able to predict whether it is a cat or dog. In the predictive AI, the artificial intelligence, the two different domains came into the picture. One is the NLP, another one is the computer vision. Whatever we are talking about now, the ChatGPT, which are all related to the NLP, okay, natural language processing, and we have computer visions like image models, okay. So the CNN, YOLO, or classic, it's a popular computer vision model, and RNN, LSTM, and GRU, these are all NLP models, okay? And so far so good, we are able to predict, but one challenge is we are not able to do it in a scale, okay? That's where the next round of evolution came, the generative AI. Before jumping into generative AI, I want to talk about the sentence summary. How many people searched in Amazon? If you say, I want to buy a cricket bat, you click on the cricket bat, did you drag down it, give you a recommendation? Okay. And how many people are using Amazon for more than 5 years? Before 5 years, it will use a word level. Now it uses sentence level, okay? So it uses the embedding technique. Embedding technique is nothing but, you can see easily visualize in this slide. So I'm saying that I love football, I play watching sports, and I play soccer is a popular worldwide, I love basketball. If you look at the chart, here you can see the basketball is in a completely on the other side of football. So it is finding the cosine similarity. It will convert the sentence into the vector and representing in a 3D plane, and based on a similarity, you can see football is my favorite sport. I love playing football. It will cause it's near to each other, and it will give you output. So if you are saying I love playing cricket, can you show me the Reebok bat? And it will give you the recommendation of 2 different Reebok bat in your Amazon search. And they are using the same technique, okay? Then comes the generative AI. Previously, we are only doing the prediction, but with the generative AI, we have started generating the data, okay? And it can be a text or it can be an image. The popular transformer model like GPT 3.5 or Bloom or BERT or Lambda. Anybody using a chat GPT day in, day out? Okay, great. Anybody coded a llama model? Anybody heard about the llama model? Okay, fantastic, okay. These are all very important, we will touch upon. And the stable diffusion is the one more model, transformer architecture to create an image, okay. Anybody heard in the news they are going to announce competition for movie generated via AI? Okay, it's recently announced, I heard somewhere that they are going to have a separate competition for the movie generated via AI. So transformer at the high level, no need to deep. The idea of the transformer model which they are doing, they prepared the transformer model architecture because it is not, we are not able to give the translation in an efficient manner, because the language I love India is different from if you are telling in English, and if you converted it into the Tamil, the word will be on a different place, okay. So that's where they build the transformer. You can see I arrived at the airport. If you say, it will use this transformer architecture, which is a scalable architecture. They have 2 layers, encoder and decoder, which will use to process the data in a faster parallel manner and identify the context and give you the translation. That's what the transformer model begins. So I'm not going deep dive into it. People who are passionate about and research and doing NLP, I would strongly recommend them to read this paper, Transformer Attention is All You Need. Okay? It will give you a better insights of where this transformer architecture came and why they have made it, what kind of value it brought to it, and what all this modern Gen AI models, how they leveraging this transformer architecture. And like you write a program, how many people say I write a program and I forget for my ages? And how many people, okay. Okay. So if somebody wants you to change the program, what do you guys do? Anybody working in coding day in, day out, building applications? Okay, and your project manager came, come on, the product we built is beautiful, but we like to add these changes. What do you guys do? Okay, so finally you guys don't want to go do the coding, okay? Okay, so it's not a single process, okay? So it's an iterative process, okay? So based on your feature, you will keep changing the application. So the reason I'm coming to this question is, so it's not a machine learning model you build once and you can stay calm, it work well. Because uh, I'll take a classic example everybody will understand. Now I'm talking about the weather prediction, okay? There are a lot of parameters come into the weather prediction, correct? Suddenly some changes happening, okay, the seasoning is happening, some different attribute come into the picture, okay? So they want to train the data, a new model with the new data also. So it's the life cycle is completely, you need to understand the life cycle, okay? Let's start with the high level of the machine learning cycle. Why do we need it? Even though you are not a day in day out programmer, but you are aspired to be a machine learning engineer, this life cycle is mandatory to understand in an intuitive manner to build a scalable machine learning model. Okay? First, start with the problem statement. Ask yourself, is it really need the machine learning? Most of the time, create if-else loop will solve the problem. It's not a machine learning problem. And see what value this will bring in. If you are building a model, and does it bring you the value? Let's say currently I'm taking 100 hours of effort to build doing some task. With the invent of machine learning, I'm able to do it in 2 hours. So it's giving a 50x of value. So you need to identify the value proposition before doing it. Then gather the data. Data is a king. In any era, whether it's a machine learning era or in the recent Gen A era, data is a king. So you need to gather the right data and identify the model, and you train the model, validate your accuracy, and very important thing is evaluate the model baselines, okay? The baseline accuracy is very important. Let's say you build a model and it's giving you the efficiency of 85% is the prediction. Move from 85% to 95, if you are spending so much of energy and your business does not need that much of time or energy or money, you better have a baseline accuracy setup before you're building a model. After build a model, you can deploy your model. It can be a real-time inference, or it can be your batch inference. Give you an example of real-time inference. Anybody use the Google Lens? Okay, great. Okay. Anybody tried looking at the language you don't know? Check the Google Lens. It's translated to the preferred language. Anyone tried it? Okay. So it's a real-time inference, okay? So it's not like you scan it, it'll wait for 2 minutes, I'll translate and give. No, it's a real-time inference. It's an example of the real-time inference, okay? So, and if your accuracy met, all good, go ahead. And if there is any change in your requirement or change in the data, you need to retrain this one. This is a life cycle. Even you are a no-code engineer, you need to understand, because the no-code tool will enable you to build a model, but you need to understand the concept in an intuitive manner to build it efficient. Let me come to the AWS AML stack, okay? AWS provide you the range of computes, okay? It can be a CPU or it can be a GPU or their own chips like a Inferentia or Trainium. Why do we need a separate chip? Anybody trained the machine learning model here? Okay. And what kind of compute you use other than your laptop? Laptop. So I want to build you the YOLO model. Can it be achieved in your laptop? Yes. So even a small machine learning model you can do the small machine learning model development in your laptop, but to do at the enterprise scale, you need a bigger compute. Okay. So AWS give a range of compute, and then we have a suite of services for building a model end-to-end lifecycle. I was talking about the machine learning lifecycle, right? Gather the data, explore the data, train the model, build the model, deploy the model. Everything you can use the AWS SageMaker to do the end-to-end. Then comes the beauty of it, okay? This is for the developers who want to do the code day in, day out. And there will be people who say, I understand the machine learning, but I'm a lazy, and I feel like I can work efficiently using a no-code tool. AWS have an offering called SageMaker Canvas, which we are going to do the demo today. Then comes the AA services and say, guys, I'm a pure software developer. I build a product, okay? And if I want to do any machine learning or AI, I prefer to consume as a service. So AWS have a variety of services. It can be a text, like a translate. You can do the comprehend, which will give you the entity recognition, whether it is a person or medicine, or it give you the entity recognition. And a text track from the image, it will take the text track and legs to build an intuitive chatbot and the speech, like a text to the voice and voice to the text, and segment analytics about your voice. Then you have a specialized services like a personalized. It act like a recommendation engine, like how in a Netflix, if you click one movie, it say, I recommend this also to. So it will give a recommendation. And you have a Kendra, which is a powerful services currently people are using in enterprise for their GenAI use case, which act like a vector database. I'll come to it later. So code, for the people who are doing the day in, day out code, want to do the code scan, that you can use a code guru. For the industrial, like manufacturing, you can use the AWS Monitron, Lookout for metrics, and healthcare, like a health data lake, where you can store all your health data, and it will give you the specialized information about this is related to the doctor, this is a doctor name, this is a medicine name, this is a hospital name. It do the entity recognition. So you don't need to build any of this from the ground up. In your product, based on your requirement, you consume this as an API, okay? So it's very powerful services who are, we can see a lot of innovations, people build applications using the, those services with the writing a less code. Then comes the talk of the town, GenAI stack, okay? So along with this compute which powered the machine learning, there are few requirements needed for generative AI. It's like we need a, let's say if you want to lift a chair, how many people needed? One? Okay, if I want to lift this chair, we may need more people. Same thing. So for generative AI, we need to feed a lot of data and it need a lot of compute, okay? So we need a more compute. So that's where the ultra cluster, so it will combine a lot of GPUs and act as a one, and for train your generative AI model. And Bedrock is a AWS low code, I say serverless service. You can consume the leading industry models like Anthropic, Claude, Amazon Titan, or Stable Diffusion, everything using a Amazon Bedrock. In your today demo, we are going to try the generative use case also from the canvas. Then using all those things, Amazon built a lot of intuitive business applications like Amazon Q, where you can act like a chatbot, okay, within your Amazon console. Anybody in Amazon logged into the Amazon console? Did you see Amazon Q is enabled at your right side? Did you ask any questions with that? What you asked? Sorry? Good, okay. So Amazon has a lot of services, okay? And you may be working on some console, you want to know about some services, you no need to go to the documentation and do it. You can ask in Amazon Q, give me what is this applications, what does the health data lake do? Let's say you have some working on some product and you want to know what does health data lake do. You just type in, it will give you the information. And you can say, you know what? I want to build this application using Health Lake. How can I do it? You can ask this question and Amazon Q will give you the answer. And the Code Whisperer, and people who attended the session from the previous session, you would have understood what is Code Whisperer. It is a AI pair tool which enable you to develop the application from your IDE in a faster manner, okay? So this is a GenAI stack from the AWS. Now comes the generative, I told about the serverless offering, it's very important. It gives you the industry leading models like AI21 Labs, Anthropic, and Meta models. Then come the SageMaker Canvas. What is SageMaker Canvas? I just put up the all the details, but at a high level, it's a no-code tool. You just need to log into the tool. You can do the machine learning model which you have in a Tableau data. You can use it and do the prediction. If you have basic machine learning understanding, you can, without coding, you can build a model. And the second thing is you can connect with the AA services. I talk about the AA service like a text track, document analysis, All those things you can do it from the SageMaker canvas itself. And it integrated with the multiple services, all the AWS services like S3 or different data source. And you can do the data wrangler or exploratory data analysis, everything from the SageMaker data. Okay, enough talking. I'm going into dive into the demo. Anybody have a questions while I'm doing a demo, feel free to stop me and raise your hands. I'm happy to answer. Okay, these are the 3 demos I'm going to do. First one, I'm taking a machine learning use case. I am taking a tablet data and predicting whether the student will drop out or not, and what makes the student drop out from their college, okay? And can be a next Bill Gates or Elon Musk. Okay. Okay, I'm taking a student dropout database. I will do that. I'll talk to the canvas data. I have a data here, right? I will chat the data and ask the question. I will show that also. Good, thanks for pointing. So this is the data. It will have multiple attributes like marital status make you to quit the college or not. Okay, it's one of the attributes. And it gives you mother's qualification, father qualification, academic data enrollment, and what is the credit they scored on the second semester, whether the second semester they are approved to join the college or not. These are the parameters. And I taken this data, I load this data, come to the data wrangler, go to the data sets, I just create data and uploaded the tablet data here, and I already loaded the data. Is it visible to the top at the end, whether you are able to see it? Or you want to zoom it down a little bit? Okay, so this is a student dropout data. I'm strictly don't code, okay? Stop me if I'm coding. And the data set details, if I go to the data set details, after the CS we'll talk about how many rows I have, how many columns I have, okay? Then you can do the analysis. If you go here and go to this data and do the analysis, it will data details. Data set. Here you go to the data flow. Here, click on the data flow. This is anybody who have access to the AWS, you can access a SageMaker canvas. Come to the AWS SageMaker, click on the canvas, and you can create your own canvas. And this data flow, yeah, it takes some time to load. Okay, this is the source of the data. You asked me to chat with the data, right? So I'm chatting with the data here in a natural language manner, okay? I'm asking how many columns you have. We know, okay, forget about it, we have this question, okay? How many rows we have? We ask this question, okay? I'm not touching the data, I'm just asking in an intuitive manner and wait for the response. And we have 4,424 row in a data set, okay? What is the minimum and maximum age of the student? So I'm not writing a code, I'm doing a data exploration on the data in an intuitive manner with a natural questions, okay? It given you answer, the minimum age of the student is 17 and the maximum age of the person is 70, okay? So this is you can do this kind of analysis. Let me come to the analysis. After I'm exploring data, I'm come to the analysis. Click on this. So I'm not done anything. After I just explore the data, I chat with the data and click on the analysis. It analyzing all the data and it is telling this is a target column and this problem is a classification because I'm going to predict whether they are going to drop out or not. Okay, and it gives me the data set details, number of futures, 37 futures are there, and this is the number of rows we have, no missing values. It gives you the complete details, okay, to understand the data. Okay, I not coded anything, I just using the intuitive manner to do the data analysis. It gives you the data. And even it created a quick model. It not build a model. it just created a quick model, and it given me the accuracy of and ROC. Then it will give you the classes, whether they graduate, whether they drop out or enroll, what is the prediction, and what is the prediction and what is the expected results. Okay, and it give you the confusion matrix. Okay, confusion matrix nothing but it will give you the intuitive manner what is the prediction and the real value, what is the value. This is what I want to explain, okay, in detail. What future is adding more value it? Now we have 37 attributes. Which attribute is making the decision whether the student is dropout or not? Okay, I no need to dig deep into it. It give you the clear information on this place, which attribute lead to the student to drop out or not. Okay, among the data we have given, it given you the prediction. I'm still zooming out. If somebody is approved to the curriculum unit second semester approved, they are not dropping out. Okay, and if GDP, application order, or daytime evening attends, these attributes has no role in taking a decision whether it is they are dropping out or not dropping out. This attribute is not adding a value for the prediction. So I'm not done any coding. I just taken the data and did the analysis using the canvas, and it given a prediction. I also chat with the data to do the prediction. Now go and build a model. Okay, go to the data. I can select the data student dropout, and I can click on the create model. It will say which model you need to create, and it automatically predict the model. In the interest of time, I already built a model. So it taken the time to build a model. So it automatically built a model, and it given me the accuracy of 77.65%. I can click on the model, and it will give, I think, network. So I click on the model. Yes, based on our previous understanding, this one created a weightage of 22% value to the prediction. Now let me go. It gives you the complete details, scoring. Okay, you can easily understand. Okay, accuracy of the model. I think it's. And now I'm going to predict. Here I'm going to the single prediction. Okay, I know it's still not deployed. I taken the raw data sets and I asked them to build a model. It built a model. I'm going to do the prediction. And we really know what value we can change to impact the model. Let me go to the same place. So I can say second semester. Okay, I think it, okay. So this student is graduated based on the weightage, and currently it is on a 6, the value. I change into the 35, and I am updating the value, and we will see what is the prediction. It say dropout. Okay, I tested, so I can confidently say. So you can do the prediction here. Okay, still graduate. Okay, so you change the value and do the prediction, and with a single click, you can even do the deployment. So we have seen the machine learning life cycle. Take the data and do the analysis and set the baseline accuracy, then you train the model and deploy the model. This is the machine learning life cycle as any machine learning engineer will do. They do it via coding, but with the no-code tool, we can do everything in a UI manner. But to use this tool, you need to have basic understanding about what is machine learning and how to do it. Okay, this is my first use case. I want to talk about it. Now come to the AWS AAS services. We talk about the multiple AAS services. Now I'm going to talk about the AAS services which we can consume from the canvas itself. And come to the image, click on the text detection. Okay, so I come to the batch. You can upload the single image, or you can upload the multiple images and do the prediction. I uploaded the multiple image. So I uploaded this image. You have posted me on the LinkedIn. Okay, you can able to see? Good. So it says clubs, INR J. Krishnan. Okay, so it will talk about the student community, see, it even with the probability, 99% they are very much confident this is at student club. Okay, look at it. This is the 9th community. This is the one it is predicting. Okay, so I not done anything. I just went to the canvas and I uploaded my data set, and it giving me the it taken from the image, it extracting the text information and giving it. Okay, will it be always right? If it is always right, it is a wrong model. It should be generalized enough to give you the prediction. Take this example. Anybody don't know what is this image? Oh, wonderful. Okay, so you know who is this? Great. Okay, but unfortunately, this model is saying Hyundai because this text is not clarified. It's not so clarity. It is predicting. And anybody know which bat he is carrying that day? Dhoni? Okay, fantastic. Let's click. Yes, 97% accuracy. Good, right? Okay. So that's what you can do with the SageMaker Canvas. You can use the AAS services in an intuitive manner. Okay, let me come to the next use case, document analysis. Okay, how many people read your, went to the restaurant and given you a bill, how many people read it or how many people thrown it? Don't put me in a trouble, okay? So I come to the document analysis. I clicking on the document analysis. I come to the batch prediction. Same thing, I uploaded one document. It's a payslip, definitely not my payslip, okay? So it is a document, okay? It is predicting the document. It's in a form format or it can in a table format. You're able to see? I'll go a little bit zoom down. So it's somebody's payslip. It is able to predict the information here. Okay, I need to be, see this is, okay. So if I click on this information, you can see that it is navigating and how many paid holidays you have, day paid holidays. Students, this is how your pay slip look like, okay? Wish you have more zeros, okay? Yeah, I wish so, okay. Definitely will, okay? So this is the earnings, incentive, basic salary, HRA, all this information. It's a pay slip, and the document analysis is trying to read the data and giving you the analysis in a format. You can do any kind of document analysis, use it in a single click. You don't need to do any kind of model, you can do it. Anybody building a product, if you want to the same feature in your application, what you can do is you can use a AA service using your favorite language like a Python or JavaScript SDK and build into your application. The last use case I want to do is sentiment analysis. How many people wrote a review in a Google so far? How many people read the review in a Google before going anywhere? Okay, great. So I'm going to do the same, okay. Sentiment analysis. I taken a data, okay. I can say I went to hotel, the ambience is good, but food is bad. I'm giving a prediction. So it's a mixed one, okay. Now I'm saying ambience is bad and food is also bad. Then if I'm giving a prediction, it's a negative prediction. So you can do this. The same thing you can do it in a batch prediction also. I loaded amount of the data and it will give you the prediction is positive or not with the confidence level. So what you can do is if you want to build any application and you want to gather the review and you want to predict whether it is a positive or negative, you can use this service from your application to do it. But before doing it, you can use a SageMaker Canvas and test their capability. Okay, that's a one more powerful. And I keep the best for the last. I'm going to use a generative AI also from here. Give me an example. What do you want to build? Okay. I will new chat coming here, and I'm saying write a blog about my journey from college student to CEO of multinational company. Okay, strictly in less than 100 words. I'm prompting like this. Okay, I'm using the model like different models. Okay, I'm coming here I'm selecting the generate, extract, or summarize content. I'm selecting the model, okay, which is part of the AWS Bedrock offerings. I can select the Jurassic Ultra, okay, and I'm prompting here, and I'm clicking next. On the SageMaker model canvas, you can do it as a college. So it is building a content, okay. Yes, since I given the 100 words as a limitation, it is predicting less. If I'm not giving 100 words, it gives you the full story. So it gives you the full story, okay? That's one good thing, okay? And one more use case I want to show is compare the model. I'm selecting Jurassic Ultra and Titan. Give me the details about last football World Cup. Who won the World Cup? Argentina. That's good. But let's see what is the prediction from this GenAI model. So the first model predict, which is a Jurassic Ultra model, it predicted saying that 2018 World Cup and it won by, I don't know, who won 2018 World Cup? France. It given you the information. But at the same time, this model, Titan model, taken a time to give you the response, but it given the response of the latest information. This is a classic example of the knowledge cutoff. The model which was trained for the Jurassic 2 Ultra may be trained before 2022, but the model from the Titan would have been used the latest model. While you are doing the model evaluation, which model to be used for your GenAI use case, this is one of the use case. You no need to use the multiple tools to build your application. With a single tool, you can do for the machine learning, AI services, and you can also build a generative AI, you can test your generative use case also. So that's all the demo I want to show, and thanks for this opportunity to staying together, and please share your feedback, and you can connect with me. I wrote a blog frequently on a Data Ops Labs, and also I post my videos, my sessions, and free sessions about AI, ML, and multiple topics on Data Ops Labs. Okay, feel free to stay connected, and that's about me. Thanks. Okay. Thank you. Stay connected. Have a great day. How many people like to use a SageMaker canvas? At least want to give a try. Okay, great. Anybody who have any questions after using the SageMaker canvas, feel free to reach out to me. I'm happy to help based on my knowledge. Okay, I would recommend you guys to prepare for AWS Cloud Practitioner first. And if you are very much confident, try associate certification. And if you are very much expert, I'm already working in AWS for a certain period of time, you can try the machine learning specialist course. But if depend on you where you are at your career, okay? If you are just beginning on a machine learning, I would recommend you to read the basic course before writing the exam. But AWS has a range of certification based on your expertise. Yeah, I'm AWS 12x certified. I'm happy to advise based on your best interest of the certification. Any other questions? Okay, thanks all. Thanks again. Wish you all the great luck for your career.
My deepest thanks. My deepest thanks to Mr. Ayana Jayakrishnan for an exceptional session. Now I request Mrs. Lata Selvi of IT department to felicitate our speaker. Asking a right question is right as important as answering them. It's my delight I am delighted to introduce Mr. Abhishek Subramanian, a senior technical solutions engineer at Databricks. He has 10 years of experience in data science, ML, and cloud computing. His journey showcases a commitment to technological advancement from the Oracle to NTT data. Please join me in warmly welcoming Mr. Abhishek Subramanian to give a talk on crafting intelligence with LLM on Databricks with AWS.
Hello. Check, check. Check, check. Wait, wait, wait. A very good evening, everyone. I'm audible? Yeah. Very good evening, everyone. I hope you went to the INR J. Krishnan session. It's similar to the same thing. It's a Gen AI, how we want to use it on the Databricks platform. So since it's a Databricks platform on top of the AWS, which we installed on, the same thing which we're going to explain now, but in a different manner, okay? If I'm not audible, please tell me. I can a little bit louder my voice. This is fine. I can just, yeah. I hope this is clear, right? Yeah. So my talk is just a thing about like how we crafting the intelligent with LLM on Databricks, where we install Databricks on top of the AWS platform. So myself, Abhishek, I work for Databricks as a senior platform solution engineer. This is my, I'm part of the AWS Bangalore user group. Also, I'm part of the Databricks user group for Asia Pacific. This is my LinkedIn connection QR code. You can please scan it if you want to connect with me. If you have any query, anything, you can just reach out to me. I'm available always. I'm active in the LinkedIn profile. So agenda for this today's session is about like what is generative AI, the traditional machine learning model, how it is work, then how we do like a generative model work, going to work on the real-time scenario and application in few use cases. Then I have simple use cases which I'm going to use a demo on this one. It's a very simple session. For most of the things are like it's a demo part, very few slides which I'm going to explain here. So what is generative AI? In the sense like so coming back to the era, like in 1956, the artificial intelligence began. What is exactly right? The few of the computer engineers which they want to build it in the human predictable model, like which they want to think about like a human. They created a small program. That is the era of the Gen AI. Sorry, that's the era for the AI model is the 1956. Then after that, what is happening, like subset of the machine learning, right? Artificial intelligence, then it comes on the machine learning. This is on 1997. Again, it is based on how we're going to improve the data, which is existing data, which is talking about the machine learning. After machine learning, we move to the deep learning. So based on the deep learning is a use case to the each and every domain specific, we are doing that. So finally, in the 2021, the ChatGPT came, and also that's the generative AI started. This is all the which we came into the complete life cycle of this the generative AI. So the traditional model, right? We have to use a specific thing like we have a traditional data that is available on the system, like training the data, right? Individually, we are going to train it like a sentimental analysis or classification, like its image detection, whether it's a cat or dog, whatever thing is. Again, it will be what type of data is available, then object detection from the same image, what are the dot. These are the individual we are training. This was the very traditional model machine learning. Each and every domain, we have to get their own data, and we need to train according to that. This is traditional. How the generative AI work in the sense like the data which have the multiple type of data, like for example, text, image, speech, or like a structured data, or 3D images. These are the type of data which you have in the system, which we are already using it. The data is all over. So we are going to train it, and we're going to the fine-tuning the data. Then we're going to have the multiple tasks going to ask the generative AI, what is this and all. Like for example, question and answering, because everybody using the ChatGPT nowadays, like you're going to ask the single question like, okay, what is this, and what is the Python program? How we want to write the Python program? What is the code? The students, you might be asking all the questions like creating some code, like C code, C++ code. These all are now you're going to ask in this ChatGPT, you're going to answer it. It's kind of a Q&A like that. And also, like it is also asking about the sentiment. For example, how we want to say that the movie is good or bad. So you're writing the movie, okay, recently I watched the movie is not good, like you just say that. So you say that the movie is neutral, it's going to talk about neutral accent. Like that, you're going to do that. The same way, like we have the image capturing. So these are all the type of the training model which have, these are the tasks we're going to approach, how to get into the data. So in the LLM model, like we have two type of LLM, like ours, proprietary model and the open source model. Proprietary model, like the company owns what and all LLM model they use. For example, OpenAI, Cohere, and ChatGPT, because they have owned it, but they have a free version also, they have also paid version also. That's for the company. For the open source, we have multiple, like Dolly for the Databricks, and like Meta, we have a A21 Labs. These are all the open source which we can use it. You can download it, you can build it, you can pre-train, we can work on. These are the available. In this feature, right, like we have specifically why we want to choose this, what is the LLM model we're going to use it. For example, here, right, fast response, so data residency, like transparency. These are the main features which we need to focus on, which LLM model we're going to supposed to use it. Okay. Then few use cases, okay, which I'm going to talk about now. Okay, for example, the content generation. So for example, you're going to talk about like you're giving the Apple, explain about what is Apple. So how the Apple is created, like how we want to feed the Apple tree, like those things about general question I'm talking about. Then summarization, like you just give the statement like in the chat GPT, you're going to ask about the question like, can you summarize this statement and give me the 2 lines of output so that I can utilize it. For example, you can upload the PDF file and asking for what is this complete PDF file. You're going to give the glimpse of the PDF file, going to answer for you. Okay, again the Q&A question, like it's every day we are asking about the chat GPT or any other thing, like I'm going to ask on how it is going to use nowadays. Same thing, semantic search is like out, existing data is available, you're going to give the, you're going to ask one value about how the today's temperature. So you're going to check the previous temperature value in the industry, like how the temperature comes in the so far in the Chennai or whatever, right? You're going to ask about and semantic search, you're going to give the result for you, same way. So in after that, what I'm talking about the what and all type of LLM we can use it to get into the thing. One is for prompt engineering. Okay, the second one is like a RAG method, and third, okay, these are 2 type of prompting we can do. Prompt engineering is a very vast topic, like how we're going to prompt it. So for example, in the chat GPT, I'm giving the example. You're prompting, you're just typing some keyword, you're getting the answer for it. That's kind of just a prompting. How you're going to prompt, based on the prompting, you get the answer for you. The RAG method, so RAG is nothing about, so it's a combination of prompting, and you're going to get the text generation, and it's going to understand your query and going to answer for you, the relevant context. So in Databricks, we have the best practice for LLM evaluation for RAG application. URL is already there available. If you go follow this document, you can build your own RAG application using the LLM model. Like you can choose what are the LLM model you can use it. The final is the fine tuning. So you have the data, you have the data, for example, Llama 2, or you can take it like you have PAM 2, you can take any of the LLM model. You can fine tune it based on your own data. That's what the industry now requires. So how you want to fine tune it? Like you have the domain data specific. Okay, that you're going to use your LLM model. You can choose that own LLM model which is available in the industry. It's a free LLM. You can take it download from the embedded one. Yeah, this is the way you need to fine tune that. Like get the domain specific data. You can choose your own LLM model. Then you're going to pre-train the data. Then you get the final value of your data on this one. These are the general comparisons about all 3 types, like prompt engineering and RAG and fine tuning. The prompt engineering is it's a limited data. You're going to request the question, you're going to answer it. Like that's a very specifically you can ask prompt engineering can do. RAG is nothing about like you have the volume of data. You're going to ask it, and you can understand it. It determines the pre-value, and you're going to answer for you all your based on your required prompt input. The same way, after the RAG, right, you're going to use your fine tune your own data based on your input. Like you're going to tune your domain-specific data. You already have the LLM model, so you have separate your own company data. You're going to feed that. You're going to fine tune it. From that fine tune, you're going to get the response from that. So anybody worked on line chain or any idea on this one? Okay. Fine. So in the context learning, right, so in the prompt engineering, we have a multiple method, one for one shot and 0 shot and few shot. One shot is nothing about just the translating, like you can convert as English to Tamil or any other language, French to English or German, any language, just a one shot. You given the prompting, it's going to get the answer for you. The second thing, 0 shot, nothing about like translating the different value, like the same thing, like example which I gave, right, English to German. That also one type of the prompting, which you have the 0 shot. Few shot is nothing about you get a list of questions that are going to answer that in a similar way, like the repeatedly going to answer the all the few shots model. I'll give the example here for the 0 shot. For example, we have the 0 shot, all right, we have the template here. There's a few simple code. Okay, I'm not showing the complete code here. I'm just giving the glimpse of code here. So in this platform, we are using the Agiface pipeline. Okay, it's a text generation mode. So I'm just asking for the socks one. What is the socks company? So it gives the good socks company, unique socks company, funny socks company, like that. It gives us some answer. Just for an example, I'm just giving it. Also, another type of prompting 0 shot, right? You give the list of images in the system. So just give me a 5 recipe which is used for the kids under the 12 years. So it just says that the butterscotch pudding, like a beer cake and chocolate pudding. These are the examples it generate and give the answer for you. The same way, like you just for context learning better performance for a few shots. So you give the context like ice cream is good, or your sentiment says it's negative. You just mentioned that. Like again, the movie is horrible, so it is a negative again. Also, it says that the bird is look like good, like it's in the neutral. So based on you already set the pre-context, then you're going to ask that, okay, what is the movie? This is the movie says that, okay, the movie is good or movie is bad. Okay, like that, give the answer for you. So it's already predetermined the value which you already said that. Based on the input, you're getting the answer for you. Again, sentiment is like same thing. Like what is the movie value? The movie is horrible, so it says a negative. The one more so we are going to do one more thing we're going to generate some kind of messages what about the machine learning. So it's again single word. It's going to explain you about give the single word, okay, brief about what is machine learning. Okay, for example, yeah, so I'm just giving the keyword machine learning here. Why I'm giving the input is a machine learning, explain about what is machine learning. So it gives a complete scenario, what is machine learning, how it works, it gives a complete data. This one type of short like that, how to write the block with using the single word. So now the use case is coming on the real-time use cases. So you have the PDF file, okay. So you want to ask some questions about your PDF file. So you want to get some data, your number of books, maybe your college books, you have the PDF file, right? You can load the PDF file in the LLM model, you can ask the question, it's going to answer for you the same thing. So in the PDF file, what we are going to do, right? First, we are going to chunk the PDF file, okay, based on that how much we chunking method, chunking method maybe 1,000 or 200 based on your value that you're going to use it. After chunking, right, we need to embed that chunking to each and every value, like it's going to machine learning embedding will be going to use it. Then after that, you're going to store the vector database. So all your PDF file, your chunk and embedding, then you're going to store in the vector database. Okay, so now the end user, like a student, you're going to ask the question, you want some data from your PDF file, then you're going to talk about, you're going to check the embedding method, and you're going to talk to the semantic search whether your question is available or not in the vector database. If it's available, you're going to talk to the vector database, then you're going to you choose the LLM model which you are using it now. So after choosing the LLM model, it generates that answer using generative AI, then answer for you. This is the entire life cycle, what exactly you're doing it. Like it's a basic life cycle, it's understanding about the simple architecture. It can be, this is a very basic, you can understand this is simple way. So again, now I'm going to explain about each and every step using the code level. So here like a PDF2, we are using, if we, guys, the code level is fine, or I can skip it on this one in this case. If you're okay, I can just move on the code explanation. Fine, okay, I just give a fast track on this one. You can just understand this one. So this code is nothing about, we are using here a PDF file we are importing in this one. The PDF file is located on like a file store and the PDF and the long report of the PDF. So after PDF, we are going to embedding. We're using embedding model text splitter using here. After that, embedding, we are going for chunk. We are chunking to this one. Then we are going to use the open API key to interact and get the answer for you. This example is nothing about like how you're going to embedding and how you're going to chunk it, how you're going to do a semantic search and get the answer. So nothing about like it's asked about what is the response will be after asking the question like what are the industry standard is having. These are the simple examples going to share it here. So in the embedding method, I just said like there's a text generation, right? Okay, here this is a list of available for embedding method. Okay, where we can use it. So what I used like it's a text embedding method. It's a line number 14. Maybe it's very small, you're not able to see that. But the line number 14 is one of the embedding method which I use for embedding on this one. So I talked about vector database, right? Where you store all your PDF file into the one storage. So one of the these are the industry available storage. Currently I use for the Fuzzy here. Fuzzy is open source, and Redis we have Pinecone, we have Chroma. So a lot of vector database available to use it on this case. So how to adopt your LML model on your day-to-day task? It's about like a 0 shot, 1 shot, a few shot, which you already discussed on. Like we're going to use the fine-tuning model, and the pre-trained model you can fine-tune, and we can use it the same way. So I have a demo now. I show the demo how we're going to work on this case. How you want to build your own chatbot using Dolly. Okay, it is already available in the system. Like it is also demo is available. If you have I'll share the URL if you connect me in the connect with me, I can share the URL as well. Anyway, I'll give the Slack to the team member. Like they'll also put this in the system, so you can download the PDF PDF file or PPT where you get all the URLs where you can use it. So what are now currently available licensed one? So you have Apache 2 license, like for the BERT we have, it's commercially used it, and also we can do the redistribution and modification can be done easily. Second one is MIT one, it's a ChatGPT 2, and you also have the T5 model and Bloom. These are the type of model which is currently available. Also, you can have the commercially used open source LLM model like a Falcon 40 and Falcon 40 billion and 7 billion one. And MTB 7B also available. These are the models are currently available. Have you seen this kind of model anywhere? You understand this one? Or if I'm talking on this all the LLM model, anybody have idea on this Falcon DB or MTB phone? No, right? Okay. So these are the LLM models. Okay, which is available. So in Hugging Face, like we have the LLM model, which Databricks prepared one. Those are the Dolly 2. We have a Dolly 1. There's a 2 versions. We have a 7 billion and 12 billion parameter which use it here. You can try this one easily. You can download and do the even this can be done in your local laptop. You have a good number of RAM memory. You can build your own. I'll share the URL, all the users are available. I'll share the presentation, so your team will get in touch with you on this one. Again, if you want to use Databricks, like we have a community login, it's a free, it's very easy to connect. There's a URL available, you can just log in, and you have 30, the container will run on 30 minutes. So 30 minutes you can use it, after they terminate, again 30 minutes you can use it. So these are the time frame, but I'll help you how to get into the community edition login. It will be very easy. Where can be run on, like you can run on AWS or any other cloud platform. Here I can talk on like AWS, you can use it as a community edition. So I'll show you like how to get into the community edition here. In Azure Marketplace, right, where you can have a marketplace, you can directly go and download the Databricks data intelligence platform. You have a trial version is available. Trial version is 14 days. It's a free trial. You can utilize it. In the free trial, you can able to explore all this Dolly model, or you can prepare your own LLM model. You can utilize the 14 days trial version. So how you want to use it, the trial version, or right, just so if somebody asks about certification, right? Even generative AI, they have a certification for this one. This is kind of a on-demand certification. You can start now. There's 4 videos talking about LLM certification and also Databricks generative AI certification. So you watch the video. There's the 15 to 20 questions available. You can answer it. Then you can easily get the Databricks generative AI, the fundamental badge. So this is, you can quickly gain the certification part. Like it's more than 40 minutes of video. You can watch it and you can get the generative AI fundamental certification from the Databricks. Also, you have the documents available if you want to learn anything on this Databricks, how work on the AWS. This is the easiest you can get in this one. So here, a few other things which we have a documentation part where you can use in the AWS. What is generative AI or LLM model. So all the data is available. I'll share this link as well in the team. Okay, they can share with you on this. So coming to the example, right? Example, I already ran this complete code. Okay, I don't want to run it again because it's take a lot of time to run the code and get the thing. So finally, it's the same thing. What I explained about this, nothing about like a how you want to load the data and how you're going to chunk the data and embedding method and finally going to answer. So here, right, I load a couple of notebooks on a couple of PDF file. You can ask the question based on the input, like a few of the thing which I use it, right? Yeah. So here the topic we can ask on this in the system like a Python on coding and SQL, or data engineering, Spark, or data science, and these are the questions we can ask on the system. So it's going to answer you for you. So these are the demo which I have now, like where you can ask about like what is S3 and Amazon S3 bucket, going to explain about the thing. So if you want any question related to the right, we can say yeah. So how to connect to the Databricks to the S3 bucket. So you're going to give the steps as well. So this is running on the Gradle, like it's in top of the Databricks workspace. There I can run the notebook in all the code. From that it generate the Gradio app where we can run the application inside your notebook. The demo is nothing, is very simple. Like I don't have much information here. So if you have any questions, you can ask me. I can able to answer. The few of the URLs is available. You can just take a screenshot or whatever. I'll explain as well on this. Yeah, thank you guys. Like my demo is done. Like if you have any questions, you can ask me. I can able to answer you. Yeah, thank you. You have any questions now on this? No questions. Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thanks for wonderful session.
Guided by our visionary perspectives. The enriching insights you have gained represents seeds in innovations. As we step into the future, I encourage you to stay curious, collaborative, and caring. The passion you have shown deeply inspires me. Until we meet again, keep daring to dream big. Thank you. All the participants, I request you to stay here until 3:30. I request Mr. INR to come on the stage to get felicitated by our cloud captain Rahul.
May I have your attention? Ah, what a wonderful day it has been. Knowledge sharing and the unwavering happiness of connecting with new people fills the air as we reach one of the most important segments of today's event, the panel discussion. As our world makes greater strides towards artificial intelligence, ethics in generative AI is crucial as it addresses concerns related to biased outputs, privacy infringement, and societal impact. Our panel members are here to make an impact on this note as they discuss ethics in AI. What is going to be the future of generative AI in the technological world? The panel host of the event is Mr. Parshuram Chandrasekharan, a manager consulting expert and agile coach at CGI Chennai. He has 13 plus years of experience in the IT industry in implementing the agile methodology by developing agile teams and facilitating organizational culture change necessary for sustained agile success. We welcome you, sir. I would also like to introduce the other panel members of the event. Our first speaker needs no mention. I'm delighted to introduce Dr. Jen Looper, the head of academic advocacy at Amazon Web Services. With extensive expertise, she will delve into the ethics in AI, promising to elevate our understanding to unprecedented levels. We welcome you, ma'am. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Bharati Ganesh Hulati Balakrishnan, the head of research and development on RBG.ai. He is a pioneering artificial intelligence technologist with more than a decade of experience in implementing AI-enabled technology and enterprise systems that facilitate business processes and strategic objectives. We welcome you, sir. I would also like to invite Mr. Prasanna Kumar Parthasarathi, a dedicated problem solver with expertise in product, engineering, consulting, and customer support, dedicated to driving delightful customer experiences, innovative tech solutions, and fueling business growth, who has an expertise in the tech industry for more than 20 years. We welcome you, sir. Now, I hand over the dais to the panel to witness the eye-opening discussion along with our dais.
We have another doctor in our panel, Mr. Rajeshwaran from Capgemini. So please give a big round of applause and welcoming him on stage. He has a doctorate on AI. Yeah. All right. Okay. As you all settle down, my first question is not for the panel here, but for the panel sitting down, right? You've been in the journey of Gen AI for the past 2 days. You've been learning, right? What is Gen AI? Can anybody answer? What is Gen AI? Generative AI? Anybody? Students? What is Gen AI in your perspective? Yes, please go ahead. Okay. What else? What else? This side. Anybody? What is AI? What is generative AI?
Check.
I'll pick people then. If you are not volunteering, I'll pick. No? So shall we go to the panel and one more answer. What is generative AI?
Check.
No? Alright. I think Bharati, I think we should open our
it more terms of business. So like as a business, right, when we see generative AI, it's like a one-stop solution for all of the, or most of the AI tasks. Because over the past decade of experience, have from conventional machine learning to this current deep learning. Like earlier, in order to develop any solution, we used to lot of tasks. Like if you take text, we used to do part of speech tagging, named entity recognition, text classification, or like even doing sequence-to-sequence modeling, and etc. So nowadays, right, with one particular model, you can actually do all the tasks. So like in a like short span of time.
I want some silence in the room, please, because it's, his whatever Bharati is not speaking, it's not audible. Yeah? Can we maintain silence? Yes? If you want
Thank
to
you.
talk, come take the stage and talk, okay? Thank you. Over to you, Bharati.
So like whenever the customer comes with some requirement, so earlier, right, we has to do a lot of POCs. Then we actually like show them like how the outcome is actually coming out. Then they have to go for the actual product. But nowadays, right, the immediate time when they give any requirement, in a week, right, we can actually go on with showing like how it is actually working for their data. So that would be the, what I'm seeing is like the application, how they're actually seeing the generative AI. Okay. Maybe like as a user perspective, you can see it as like power of ChatGPT, DALI, or like even speech, right, whisper kind of things. But as a technology person, when we see it as like data-driven models and large language models, where you can actually develop a solution for any task that you have it in your hand.
Got it. So I understand a business perspective from you. From an independent consultant perspective, what do you...
For me, when I say Gen AI, the first person who's on the audience side, they said they will be able to create images, text. That's obviously true. But more than that, the Gen AI is like, it's learning patterns, understands the data, and I would call it as a creative partner for everyone who's likely to grow in the near future. Right? So Gen AI, it has so much of technology, which Bharati was mentioning about. But in simple terms, I would call it like a creative partner for each and every human being, considering the bias as well as the other privacy factors.
Understood. Jen? What does, I want to cover, you should cover only one aspect of it.
I've got you.
The best aspect.
Okay. Well, I don't know if it's the best aspect, but first of all, my name is Jen, and a lot of people call me Gen AI. So, and I speak several languages, so they also call me a large language model. So that's another problem. But for me, coming from a creative perspective, generative AI will take a prompt, some kind of prompt, and generate what I would call novel content. I don't like to say that it generates new content, but it's an interesting way of taking the pixels and remixing them in interesting ways to create novel content. So as an artist, a musician, a creative person, that's kind of how I look at it.
Okay. So from a service industry perspective, what is generative AI for you?
It makes us a lot of money. Yeah. So, yeah, for the point, like what you were saying earlier is, if you do a point model, you have to take some data, you have to train your model, then you come up with that model that will do the work. But here we have a pre-trained model. That pre-trained model is trained on a large corpus, very massively large corpus. So it's able to perform tasks that it was not even trained on. So what you call it as an emergent ability. So that's where the use cases are coming out from there. So it's able to do a lot of tasks that it was not even trained on. And if it is not performing, you can then do fine-tuning, which basically allows you to customize it for your own particular task. And it massively reduces the time it takes to develop use cases, and that's the main advantage.
Awesome. So, in a nutshell, what you're all trying to say is, it is going to help businesses, it is going to foster your learning, it is going to improve the creativity. Fine, but why do you need ethics in it? What does responsible or ethical AI means? Can you shed some light on this? Maybe Jen, you could get started with that?
Sure. So if you came and watched my talk on the ethics of generative AI, I sort of break this down into the ethics of consuming these AIs and also the ethics of building the AIs. So you can take a look at, when you're building an AI, what kind of data is going into this? Is there any copyright data? How are we ingesting art that's copyright, that's, created by artists who really don't want you to use that content for free? Are there any harms that are being inflicted? I like to think of AI as something that we should be building, not something that should be inflicted on us. So that's kind of where I'm coming from, those two aspects of using and building.
Okay, okay. In a corporate perspective, what type of ethics are you looking at? Like,
yeah, so we are always, mostly will be asked to use these models. And one of the key things in ethics is biases. There is no such thing in the world as unbiased data.
Correct.
There is no, that concept doesn't exist. So if you just take a simple example, if you take a data, and if you take a doctor or a nurse or something like that, it will predominantly classify it as a male or a female because that's what the data is. You could always have somebody come up and say transgenders are not well represented because it's not in the data. It's not going to be well represented. Like that, there will always be some marginalized group throughout any data you take who can always say that, I'm not well represented. They're not going to be well represented. You're not going to get data in which 33% is transgenders, 33% is male, 33% is female. It's not going to happen. So like that, in everything, there is always some marginalized group. So there is no such thing as an unbiased data. It's always biased against something. Just like we are all humans, we are also biased. So the point is, how do we not let it propagate? So the model is going to have the bias in it. That is given. How do we ensure that we don't propagate if, for example, there is a community, let's say Muslim community, which is showing as terrorists, how do you not allow that to get propagated? Or some gender bias, how do you not allow it? So that is the main thing that you need to look into.
okay, okay. So with that biases, I want to throw a question to the audience. What kind of use cases or, ideas that you see in terms of it falls under ethical or non-ethical with this definition? What is ethical use of AI? What is non-ethical use of AI? Anybody? Even the front row people could answer because the back row people are really busy talking to their friends. Yeah?
So, good afternoon, good evening. Sudarshan here. So I work for a company called PackView. And so we deal with a lot of Amazon sellers. So kind of connected to the talk here. So coming to the topic on
what is ethical?
Ethic and
what is non-ethical?
The question itself seems to be a little biased when we take this whole topic on an AI perspective. So for me, when I see what ethical in AI is, the way how I want to use AI, because AI is actually a tool that I would be using. For example, if I would like, there are a lot of news today, image morphing comes in and some unknown character gets a trend that goes on. Ethically, it's probably correct from an application perspective, but then when it comes on to the news, it doesn't really make sense. So it's more like a double-edged sword, and hoping to get a best answer from the group here, because this is the limit of knowledge that we have today.
Understood.
Yeah. So I love the way which you explained, gentlemen. So I would ask very basic question, right? Because there are lots of tech has gone through everybody's mind. What does ethic means? If somebody can explain.
So one answer is good.
Good. Oh, good is ethics. Okay. So that's the basic sense which we should have. So one is, as a human, right? So we talk anything, what's the right thing to do? That is the basic ethics, right? Whatever we do on day-to-day basis, on the professional work or the personal work or whatever terms, what's the right thing to do? So that is ethics. You apply the same thing in the artificial intelligence, right? So that is ethics in AI. Whatever you do, do it the right way. So what does responsible means, if somebody could answer? You might be responsible personally within your career, like you are a manager, you might be a father, you might be a student. So what does responsible means for you? So you are acting, yeah. Somebody can pick up the mic.
Being aware of the consequences.
Being aware
Exactly.
of the consequences.
Good. Somebody else? I hope the volunteers should come up, because to make this interactive, instead we all 4 or 5 of us talk, which is very well known to all of us. We want you to get benefited. Reasonable, okay, good. Okay, so when we say responsible AI, right, we talked about ethics in AI. So I would, in my terms, I would call it as when you build an AI system, right, it has to uphold the ethical principles, basically. So the ethics comes first, then you understand the right thing, then you be responsible in whatever you build, whatever you deliver, and how you use. So which means as an organization, what you build, as an team or as a company, what you deliver to the end customers, as a customer, how you will consume it. So all has to be responsible in a way. So I believe that has given you some perspective on ethics and responsible AI.
Thank you very much. Do you want to add anything,
Yeah.
Bharati?
So I just want to add a couple of points, maybe like people, right, audience can actually relate it much. So one thing is like, you might be seen, right, since you are actually being, most of them are students, we used to write research articles, okay? So you can, nowadays you can see like most of the research article tried to create it using ChatGPT, okay? So now we are actually like building a solutions to find whether it is written using ChatGPT itself, okay? Another example is, right, you might be observed in the social media, right? So like Shri, Honorable Prime Minister actually singing some Tamil song, okay? So that's where like ethics comes, okay? We should actually like have a compliance with the regulatory rules that we should have, and also like it's also like issue of a content copyright, okay? So those things we have to consider as a user before actually putting in, because basically whoever actually developed that solution, it's developed for a different purpose, for the voice cloning, for the like a better creativity operations and etc. But as a user, when someone actually using it, they should actually like responsible to use it like where and when to be used.
Okay. Raj, you have something to
Yeah,
add.
just I want to talk about responsibility for a minute. So first I'll ask a question. How many of you think that we will get self-driving cars in 10, 20, 30 years? 30 years we'll get self-driving cars. How many people, can you lift your hand up? Self-driving cars in 30 years? 30 years, I'm talking about 30 years. Okay.
Where?
Doesn't matter. In India, let's say India or US, doesn't matter. In India, okay. Yeah, we already have it. Okay. Some people say we already have some self-driving cars. So I'll ask you, this is a very interesting question, right? So it comes about responsibility, right? So if there is an accident, who is to be responsible? It's a question. So that is not resolved yet, okay? So I will give you a use case where you can just think about it. It's a thought experiment. It's a very classic thought experiment in ethics. So you are having a lever in which there is a fast train coming, and then there are 2 tracks. The train will go on the main track, which is what it is supposed to do, but there are 5 children playing in that main track. So if you pull the lever, the train can be diverted to the second track, okay? So if you allow the train to go, it will go and kill the 5 children. But if you pull the lever, there is a second track where there is only 1 child playing. And that child is playing there because mother told that you can play here, no trains will come here. Okay? So will you pull the lever and kill the 1 child, or will you not pull the lever and let the 5 children die? Because they were not supposed to be playing there. So there are 50% of you couldn't agree to pull the lever. The other 50 can say, don't pull the lever. There are more complexities in this. What if it is your child, your brother, your sister? Like that, a lot of things can be added to this thought experiment. The point is, it's not resolved. Humans, ourselves, you can disagree with me, I can disagree with you. So the question is, who will take responsibility? So if a car goes and kills somebody, who will take responsibility? So this is not resolved yet. So in 30 years, you will not get self-driving cars because it will not be legally allowed. Because there is no, these problems will never get solved. So there will be no country that will legally allow it. You can get it in a small, limited way, like for example, Waymo in San Francisco. But there are a lot of other issues that are there. There is a lot more regulated traffic.
I would just add on to this use case as a proud owner of a Tesla. So and I love the contributions of the chitter chatter in the back, but if we could ease off the chitter chatter in the back, that'd be amazing. But if they're building, here's a great example of responsibility that needs to be built into these self-driving cars, right? They're testing these in San Francisco. I live in Boston. There's so much snow. So, what's going to happen when we're skidding all over the place with these cars? So there's a question of you need to build in guardrails and systems that allow these systems to mitigate the harms that they might inflict on everybody.
Good. All your topics, without asking a question about use cases, you have drilled down to a couple of use cases. One is like biased data. So the other one is, who will take the responsibility or ownership or copyright, whatnot, right? Maybe I'll go into the crux of all of this discussion, right? What, as future developers, right, we should do in terms of building the model? What kind of key considerations that we have to take to build ethically and responsible AI for our own use cases? I want a very, very simple, simplistic answer so that we are able to go back and implement in that way. Over to you, because you are running your own organization doing this. So
the first part is like starts from the ethical leadership. So that's what I believe. Like now onwards, right? It would become like mandatory for any company to have their own ethical leadership team to consider whether to run particular solution for a business or not. Okay. So just like over the chat, as I mentioned earlier, so yesterday I interacted with a few students from St. Joseph. So they were working on a project to identify the effects of ingredients in each food items. Okay. So once they actually put forward that project, I asked them what would be the revenue we want to generate out of it and how you are going to do it. Okay. Because as a student, when they actually put or think any product or solution, it's coming from whether it is from generative AI or AI, they think in with respect to social benefits. Okay. But right, as a company, as an organization, when they actually put right, it will be towards the business because the business has to run. So they will actually consider about those points also. So in that cases only, right, ethical leadership team should be there. So who can actually make a trade-off between and a human-centric AI solution with the business-centric solutions. So the leadership team has to be there. It has to be invoked from them itself. As earlier Sir mentioned, first thing is as a individual person, we should know what to be do right and what to be not to be do right.
So in the context of a business, when I am going to propose a solution, I should be very sure, is it ethically right for me to do? That kind of a decision should be taken by a leader. That is what you mean. Okay.
And also another add-on point to that is, we know that the LLM on the generative AI models are actually producing the results based on what it learned. Okay. And there are actually certain control parameters that we can actually see in the LLMs, which is actually limited to produce certain outputs. Okay. But still, right, it can be over other methods through hacking and etc. Or maybe feeding through some other kind of question answering tasks, right? We can actually make some solutions which is not useful to the society, which actually benefits the persons with a different interest. Okay. So that is also possible. So it comes to the individual. Okay. So as an individual itself, they should know what to be done, what not to be done using that.
Okay. All right. Yes.
Probably I will add some more context to what Bharti was mentioning, right? So because I talk to lots of companies as being a consultant, other than just seeing with different eyes, we see in a very, very different way. So one is as a leadership, that is very well agreed. But there has to be certain principles to be followed, right? So it is from the board. So the main board of directors who set that specific understanding and which flows from top to down. So the CXOs who are being doing, they need to mention very clearly what does the ethics in AI means, right? That is very, very important. That flows till to the manager, till to the data analyst, data engineer who evaluate this data, whether it is biased. So when we say biased, is it the right thing again? And if they found out, how are they going to remediate, right? So these are the processes which has to be put in place, and there needs to be an audit committee who will review this. So without this, no product or services or a solution will go into the industry. In case if there is a bias, because always there will be a bias, because it is humanly not possible to train on all the aspects. So there will be bias, but if there is a bias, how can we early detect it? If it can be detected, how can we once again refactor it? How can we give some more benefits? And during this topic, one of the CXO asked me, so are you recommending to say, I appoint one person? I said yes. So there is a trending topic which is going on, right? Who is that person? So it is called as Chief Ethics AI Officer, right? So he asked me, hey, I really don't know what is this all about. I said, I'm not the right person to give you, but I understand the nitty-gritties of what does this role is going to do. So you can Google, and it's up to you to decide how you want to make sure you put your processes, put your audit algorithms, how are you going to manage your product causes benefits to the end consumers, right? So the Chief Ethics AI Officer will be channelizing the informations from the business and internally to the internal teams, and he will ensure layout processes which will guide each and every member within the organization to ensure they follow the right audit mechanisms, data, everything will be done. That's where I see this role is growing a lot. Today I found out about 5 different companies has adopted Chief Ethics AI Officer.
Yeah, Jen and Rajesh, I have a specific question. They have covered on the leadership aspect and Prasanna to a governance aspect of ethical and responsible AI. I want you both to cover on the accountability and transparency. What is it in creating a the responsible and ethical AI?
I was actually going to comment on what you all were saying about the top-down approach towards ethics. So can I just comment just briefly, and then I'll pass the mic over to you. So I love the idea of a top-down approach, and I would love to trust every company to take that into account and to build that in. I've seen, however, in some companies that I'm not going to name, these kind of positions being fired and AI ethics organizations being disbanded. So I just want to empower everyone in this room to consider yourself also as ethicists and to think about the grassroots aspect of what we do. A lot of companies have both the top-down approach plus a hotline, so that you can call in any questionable things that you see. So that's something to watch out for as well. And, think about the whistleblower aspect that you can also do. Just wanted to mention that.
Thank you. I'll give you a slightly different perspective. So let's say that you have an ingredient that you're asking ChatGPT, and then it's giving you some ingredients, and then you say, oh, I don't have this particular item with me. And then it's giving you an alternative that you can replace it. Like, let's say you say, I don't have eggs, then it will give you some egg replacement or whatever. It's very cute and very nice. All of you have seen it. Now, the point is, let's say that you are asking ChatGPT how to build a bomb. And then you say, oh, I can't get this particular one, and it gives you a workaround. Okay? So you could actually end up building a bomb by using a model like this. So the question is, obviously, ChatGPT, if they have guardrails, that's not part of the model. It's outside the model that prevent you from this. Now, the question is, if I have an open source model, then what happens to the guardrails? There are no guardrails. Okay? So you can download an open source model, and then you could do the same thing. Now, the problem is, should we allow open source models to be built or not? And the European Union, they tried to pass a law that said that you have to have guardrails, otherwise we shan't release these models. But then these open source community said that it's too costly for us because we'll never be able to match with OpenAI's budget and we'll find loopholes and things like that. So they changed the wording saying that you can just release the models without. So you have these models now that are getting that have no guardrails. Okay. So the question here is, should we allow that or not? So should we have models that have no guardrails? So the problem is something little bit more nuanced in the sense that earlier if you go to Google and if you say how to make a bomb, the police will come to your house within a week or a day or whatever and then see what you're trying to do. But now if you download a model and then you're interacting with the model, there's no way for anybody to find out because there's no network traffic and everything. So this can be extended to, you can create a virus, you can create pathogens, you can do all sorts of crazy things. So the problem is we are creating something that is profoundly impactful, but I don't think overall we have thought about all the consequences of it, and that's where the topic is very, very important.
Okay. So we have a quick time check. That is 10 minutes what we have. Okay, we'll do a quick kind of a rapid fire now. With all this ethics in place and responsibility in place, how does the different sectors get affected? Is it, really advantageous for those sectors or disadvantages for them? How do you see this evolve?
In my view, there is a lots of advantages because the technology is going to grow, which is not in control of anybody. So in the sense, it is being developed by at some nook and corners. It is being deployed at some nook and corners, so there is no control. But without seeing the negative side of it, the positive sides outrights the negative, but there is the negatives as well when it talks about your bias, discriminations, right? So any specific genders. I'll give one quick example, which I was recently talking to a company where they said, very simple use, they said, I have an HR system and we want to make sure every resumes which comes in, they want to make sure they completely analyze it and pick up the top candidates based on certain keywords, which today ATS does it, right? Automatic transcription, which is based on the resumes. They uploaded it, the chat GPT or the GPT model, they analyzed it. After about a week's time, they found out that for one specific address locations, I don't know whether the model what they trained, it had bias. So one specific location, 70% of the resumes were shortlisted, right? So there is no way that you can ignore it, but if somebody would have done an analysis on properly looking at the every aspect of iterations when they do a training on the LLM model, they can obviously be verified without looking into it, right? And I'll tell you, just I was reading through, I was just checking through the mobile. So I'll tell you the good thing. Today with Gen AI or AI in specific, they can read the old, what do we call it as scripts, scrolls. Yes. So for us, I will talk about in specific in Tamil Nadu, right? There is lots of ancient things which cannot be read in the last maybe 1,000 odd years. Today it is possible to do, right? And another example which I'll also give is Meta just announced in the morning that the Facebook, if there is an image which you would drawn out from your automatic LLM models or AI models, they would be able to label it. So there is a clear distinction available. So it is the company, it is the industry which is taking that initiative, right? It's not only as an individual, it is a company by itself. So it gives a clear picture what is real versus what is not real.
So just briefly, there are two sectors that I really care about, education and the arts. From an arts perspective, it's going to be very, very challenging to be a studio artist going forward. Although I've talked to artists and they don't seem to be too worried, which amazes me. But if you go to Midjourney and you try that Discord server and you generate, it's amazing art coming out of that, and a lot of that is scraped from the internet from artists who would prefer to be paid for their work. That worries me. I'm worried as a writer, as someone who creates, creative content. I'm worried about plagiarism and the loss of primary source as a humanist. And from an education sector perspective, as a teacher, if I see any more chat GPT, I'm going to hit the ceiling. So it's just the education sector can't keep up because they just move so much more slowly. That's just a given. So we're in an interesting moment.
All right. So do you want to add anything, or shall I go to the next
Just
question?
like
Yes.
quick points on that. When we actually usually face the customers, the two sectors that I actually found they're actually getting affected due to the regulations and policies are healthcare and finance. So especially if we see that, other than the general data regulation policies that we have, like GDPR, CCPA, and etc., which is European standards, and HIPAA and FCPR kind of things actually introduced, which actually slow down the progress or adaptation of AI in these fields. I'd be more regulations can be introduced to extend towards that, but these are the two fields which actually usually see it, which is affected from growing. Yeah.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Do you want to add? So, okay. So, for the students, okay, what is one key takeaway or a skill that they should learn to build ethically responsible AI?
I would say forget about everything, forget about AI itself, just learn programming. I mean, this is what I tell everybody. And if you can prove to me you can program well, I'll hire you today. I mean, that's all I can say.
I would call it, you start ethically, obviously, which is very much mandatory. Be an AI advocate, right? That should give you enough information. There is data available, and there are some certifications also available, which is provided by IEEE. So how is the certified AI ethical professionals, right? These are some tools. And if you become an AI advocate, your future, it's going to glow like anything, because this is the trend which is going to go in the next decades as such. As students who are learning the cloud and so many different aspects of technology, whatever you do, make sure you pick a specific topic. So that should guide you to the best possible instead of diversified, but have a diversified knowledge, go through articles, come on to events like this, identify knowledges who can provide, connect with them. So the networks is very much important. Connect with them, talk to them, and understand, subscribe to some blogs. That should give you a lot more things. But subscribe to one specific topic. That will give you the future guidance.
For me, it's a couple words, basically confidence in your own humanity. I think it's really important to understand that, you don't have to immediately go to ChatGPT to generate some new idea. You have it in you. I know this for a fact. Put the thing aside, get out a pencil and paper, and just make the outline yourself. And then you can use the ChatGPT or whatever tools to enhance what you created. But you're a creative human being, and I have confidence that you have confidence in yourself.
Wonderful.
So just go with the Jan only. So the thing is, when we start our career, we actually with the good things in the mind we start. But as we progress in that path towards the future plans and etc., we have to stick to that. We have to stick to our inner arts, what it says, stick to the ethics, so that will actually lead us towards a good path.
Yeah. Super, Bharati. Maybe one takeaway what I could give is, technology, is constantly evolving. So try to, pick up a sector and try to understand it end to end. Technology is going to evolve, but the sector is going to be there, so that you could stay relevant for all along, including all the other ethical takeaways. With that note, I'll end the panel discussion here. Do you have any questions? Any questions to the panel? Yes, please.
When Wright brothers invented the airplanes, people might thought that the government won't allow and people won't travel. But here we are today, right? We having airplane. So why not self-driving and why not even the general AI? So as we discussed, the possibility of self-driven cars is very less. We have the startups for the self-driving cars in Bangalore, and people are working on it. So I think we can probably see it in 5 to 10 years getting started. We can see the Tesla going around here, right?
Yes, Rajesh.
Yeah, so the point is not about the capability, the point is about regulations and ownership. Who will take ownership if there is an accident?
Yeah.
It is that only, and that is not easy to resolve. So that is the point. The point is about the difficulty in resolving. Now coming back to the other point, like Wright brothers and aeroplane. See, we are creating a technology that you could be very destructive, right? Like I say, you can create a bomb, you can create a pathogen that could, wipe out the whole of human race and things like that. And these are not toys that you should let anybody play with, okay? Unfortunately, the cost of using these is very low today. It's almost free. And that has not been there in history. Like you can't get a nuclear, any uranium to play with. So we are safe. But that's not the case here, right? So without understanding the negative aspects of it, if we keep deploying it and if we go blindly, there is bound to be lots of problems. That is the whole argument. It's not about the capability. As I said, the models are eminently capable and more capable than you can imagine.
Coming back to my second question, as we speak about the regulations, so how in the aeroplanes we have the airport authority, right? So why can't we have bodies like we have film board for movie certifications? Why don't you have bodies for controlling LLMs? Why not our data which is being trained should be reviewed by someone? Because apparently at the end of the LLM, we don't know what data it was trained on, be it public data or be it leaked data.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? We are talking about trillions of tokens, right? All of Wikipedia in GPT-4 is 0.06% of the corpus. And that is 32 million articles, okay? And if that is like 0.6% or something like that, you can imagine the volume more. There is no way anybody can read through anything. It's not possible humanly. So when you don't control what goes in, and you can never control what comes out, where are you going to put the control, right? That is the issue. That is the issue.
And I think you're asking about regulation, and I think regulation is a great idea. In my talk, I found 17 different regulations from different countries. The problem is countries don't cooperate. We know this, So this is where I always look to individual responsibility. I'm afraid that we're just going to have to make sure that we ourselves are those ethical people.
I think we have to close it. Yeah. Maybe 10 seconds because we have to close it.
Yeah, we have. So the questions about the Airport Authority of India are the regulations you spoke about, right? It is not a day 1 or a day 100 task. When the aeroplane was started, there are lots of things, there are lots of evolutions, all these started. But it's a period of time, right? It took almost more than decades to be able to solve. And it is not within the country. It is about across the world where every country will agree upon their own states, their own regulations, and there will be one common thing which will come up. For AI, it is very, very in an early stage. That's where people are finding it so difficult how to control it. But there are factors in US, in India, everywhere there are certain regulations which can do certain amount of restrictions. But we are at a very early stage. As you would go through, in case if you see in the next 5 years, you would see there is lots of bodies which will regulate, which will ensure that unintended contents can be restricted. It cannot be eliminated, but it can be restricted. That elimination might come in a near future time. So this might be the best answer which we can give you.
All right. Thank you very much, panelists. It was a fantastic discussion. Give a round of applause for all the talks, guys. Thank you very much.
I thank you all for the enthralling panel discussion. It was truly an insightful watch. I now request Dr. Jen Looper to hand over the mementos to Mr. Parasaram Chandrasekharan, Mr. Bharati Ganesh Hulati Balakrishnan, Mr. Prasanna Kumar Parthasarathi, and to Mr. Rakesh Ilamaran, sir. I once again thank all the panel members. Good evening to one and all present here. The AWS Cloud Club Student 2020 tour has been simply scintillating, and the 2 days have been amazingly memorable. We witnessed expert talks on the recent advancements in the cloud, exhilarating panel discussions, and much more. A great number of industry experts have been a part of this extravaganza, and student community flocked from various institutions for this event. We, the students of St. Joseph's groups of institutions, got the opportunity to be a part of this mega event. Now, we begin the valedictory ceremony. On the dais, we have our respected chairman, Dr. Babu Manoharan sir, our executive director, Dr. Shashi Sekhar sir, Dr. Jen Looper, head of academic advocacy, Ms. Aditi Sawhney, senior manager AWS, and our beloved principals, Dr. Vaddi Sheshadri Rao sir, principal of St. Joseph's College of Engineering, and Dr. P. Ravichandran sir, principal of St. Joseph's Institute of Technology. I thank every one of you for being here. In this conference, we even had a competition. I now call Jeevita, the tech coordinator of AWS Cloud Clubs, to explain about the Party Rock event. Over to you, Jeevita.
Thank you, Pranavi, for my introduction. AWS Party Rock is a vibrant platform that lets you dive into the world of AI application creation in just a few clicks. It's Amazon Bedrock playground that enables prompt engineering in a user-friendly and enjoyable manner. It encourages creativity and experimental in generative AI. I'm glad that I've handled Party Rock technical sessions for almost 200 plus students, from which we've got 50 plus registrations for the competition organized by the AWS Cloud Club St. Joseph Group of Institutions. Out of those students, the runner-up of the Party Rock competition is Ms. Janina Angelin, pre-final year student from the Department of Artificial Intelligence and Data Science. I request the chief guest, Ms. Jen Looper and Aditi Sawhney, to felicitate the runner of Party Rock competition. I now call upon the winner of the Party Rock competition organized by the AWS Cloud Clubs, St. Joseph Institute of Technology, Mr. Abhiram Varman from SRM University, CSC Cloud Computing.
Thank you all. Please. Though we are elated about this event, we would like to know the feedbacks from the participants. Therefore, I call a few industry participants to share your experience. Please, anyone? Please, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Padmini. Like I was a speaker yesterday. So I work for JP Morgan Chase, and apart from my deliverables, I'm also a AWS trainer for certifications. I'd like to thank Chairman and all the AWS leadership to come here and give us an opportunity to, mentor the students. And we find it very, we used to mentor the industry people, but connecting with the students gave us a more value. Like sometimes I feel like I look up to them and learn, and it was really a lovely experience connecting with the students, and we are really thankful for the opportunity. And also, like, since my college time, we used to come for, I'm a decade old in the industry, so like I used to attend the symposiums of this institution. So I feel like, nothing has changed. Like since my days, we used to love the food of St. Joseph's, the group of institutions. So we're really thankful, and also like I would like to take a moment to appreciate Rahul, because like all the industry folks, like we were literally troubling him for each and every, for the organizing things. So thank you, Rahul. And also like the final thing is like you have, the AWS leadership, right? They connect with the students, like all your programs, like community, and then cloud clubs. So I was, last year I attended the Pune's MIT's college event. So this year, I was so curious back then at time, like who's gonna host it for Tamil Nadu? Because like I have my roots here. So I studied from VIT Vellore. So I was like very curious, like who's gonna host it? And I'm really thankful for St. Joseph's to, collaborate, because this will definitely impact the student's career. And I have seen like how well the MIT college has, those students interact with us, and how well they are doing in the hackathons and other stuff as a career. So definitely I feel like these students will flourish, they'll make, have better impact than other students who hadn't leveraged it. So really good luck for the students, and I really, I was in the security track, and I had a few small bunch of students whom I tried to, whom I loved connecting with. So they told about the PEP program, and they themselves are a mentor, and they are guiding their juniors. So I was really happy to hear that, and you can leverage, you can also be a future community builder and join the community, and let's grow together in our career. Thank you everyone. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. We also invite any other industry participant. Please do.
Thanks, team. Thanks. First, I would thank the management. At least I come from Bangalore. I am an employee of Rockwell Automation, like I lead data science. The name that I heard, St. Joseph, first thing that I heard is like, this is a Christian missionary school. You'll all have sisters and all. This is what my assumption. But the way when I came from Bangalore at 5 a.m., I spoke with Shiva, a student. At 5 a.m., he was able to arrange a bus to me to here. The moment I came here, like we generally have this tendency of saying that professors, let's say students, they'll have some work ethics and all. I came at 8 a.m. I did not know where to have my breakfast and anything. I was directly asked to go to mess. I was like very curious. What would happen? Would they ask my ID card? It was nothing like this. They asked me, sir, Vanga, like they asked to sit and they just fed me. At 8 a.m., like I had track pant, like looking at me, they could have said, who is this guy? So what I went to say is the culture, even from the people who was supplying food, that is phenomenal. I never saw this kind of thing happening across. This is my personal opinion. This is something that I carry to, at least when I go out, I could say that, hey, this is what the community is. This is where the culture comes in. So, and coming from tech, like we spoke a lot. All this is driven by students. That is very awesome. So it's like great thing to happen. And I connected with people like students and industry and all. What I saw with the students is like, at some point when we get into industry, right, the curiosity and whatever the enthusiasm that we have, you stop killing it. But here, with even the industry professionals that we are connecting it, they are trying to ignite it. It's like after me, 5 years I was in industry, this is first time I'm seeing, oh, I can even think out of the box. This was a learning that I take to me for like rest of my life. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. We would also like to have any of our student participants to speak about the event. Anybody? If not, we can continue with the event. Throughout these 2 days, we saw two dynamic personalities giving sessions, heading panels, interacting with industry experts, academic professors, and student community. Yes, they are none other than Dr. Jen Looper and Ms. Aditi Soni. We are very much happy to have you both here. I now request our beloved chairman, sir, who is the backbone for the success of St. Joseph's, to give the memento to our guests. Please be seated. I now request Ms. Jen Looper to say a few words.
Thank you all so much for your attention, for coming on a Friday and a Saturday. It's just such a great pleasure to end what I call the Tour de l'Inde. In French, that means the tour of India. So this is the end of my tour, but the beginning of a wonderful relationship, I think. And it's been a huge, huge pleasure to meet, the student populations, the student communities in Delhi and Jaipur, and we popped by Agra, but that was a different scenario, and then coming to Chennai. So what a wonderful, wonderful pleasure. I hope you learned a lot from this event. Engage with your cloud club. If you're not from this institution, think about joining a cloud club. These are open worldwide. The cohort is open right now for new captains. So it's a wonderful moment to engage and join. AWS's community is here for you, and there's really no other community like it, believe me, I know. So thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, ma'am. 6 months ago, he was the person who ideated this community day. From then till now, this person has been the biggest support system for our AWS Cloud Club. Karthi sir, without you, this would have been never possible. We owe you a lot, sir. I now request our chairman, sir, to give away the memento to our Karthi sir. He is the captain who sacrificed his days and nights to make this event a great success. We cannot imagine our event without Rahul ji, our cloud captain. I now request our managing director, sir, to give the memento to Rahul ji. I request everyone to be seated. I now hand over the stage to Rahul ji, our cloud captain, to convey the vote of thanks.
Check. Fine. Can you guys hear me right? Okay. Fine. So, good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Thank you. Right. So, hope you all enjoyed those 2 days of AWS Cloud Club Student Community Day organized by the St. Joseph Group of Institutions. Is it so? Thank you so much. So, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to, first of all, Dr. B. Babu Manoran, sir. Thank you so much, sir. So, the chairman of St. Joseph Group of Institution, for his support and encouragement. So it is his vision and leadership that has brought revolutionary changes and excellence in the AWS Cloud Club Student Community Day. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to Mr. B. Sashishekhar, sir, the Managing Director of St. Joseph Group of Institution, and Mrs. S. Jessie Priya, the Executive Director of St. Joseph Group of Institutions, for their unlimited support and extending time for our club activities. And I share my heartfelt thanks and gratitude to the principals, Dr. Vati Sheshagri sir, and Dr. P. Ravichandran, all the deans, all the heads of the department, placement coordinators, Mr. B. Divan sir, and Mr. Merin Satyadar sir, staffs of St. Joseph family for their wholehearted support and return to us. Reminding, so it has been such an honor to be part of wonderful event and deliver the vote of thanks right now. So on behalf of the organization, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed chief guest, Mr. Praveen Sridhar, who was available yesterday. So the head of ISV segment, India, Amazon Web Services, Jen Looper, so who's the pillar behind the AWS Cloud Clubs, and head of academic advocacy, like Amazon Web Services, and Aditi, Senior Digital Marketing Manager, Amazon Web Services, for their presence to our student community. Your thoughts have truly inspired us and made us a way to think better. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for coming a long way back and attending our student community. Thank you so much. Right, so before ending this, what can I say, the huge community day, right, I would like to present a stat, first of all. So I would like to say this student community day is the India's first ever 2-day Cloud Club Student Community Day, which was organized by our St. Joseph Group of Institutions. And did you recognize that? So we almost had 20 plus sessions in both the days with 40 plus speakers, and moreover, we do have 1,000 plus registrations all over India from student side as well as from the industry participant side, right? So it is a biggest achievement. Why? Because this is our first Cloud Club Student Community Day, and we have reached almost 1,000 plus registrations over here. In that 1,000 plus, we do have 100 plus companies, 100 plus various companies, people have registered, and we have 50 plus, what can I say, companies have gathered as support and give us a way to think better to do this community, right? And we also have students from all over India, right? So we have almost 500 plus students from all over India, including our St. Joseph family, as well as from all over the India, from almost 10 plus cities, right? This big achievement, like we haven't expected these things, but with the help of all the support, we have got this. So did you think, what is the reason behind our success? So it's none other than our chairman, sir. So with the help of, like, he's the pillar behind our Cloud Club student community. So thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity and the space, like, do something else for the community, get the students over here from around the city, ask them to connect with the industry professionals, learn, connect, and grow together. Thank you so much for providing us the opportunity. And as a cloud captain, I was very much, like, what can I say? I don't have words to describe those things. Thank you so much. And I would like to extend my thanks to the AWS advocacy team for their fullest support to our team. And your support made us to host the Tamil Nadu's first AWS Cloud Club Student Community Day. So, and extended my thanks to AWS user groups, specifically the organizers of AWS user group Chennai, to extend their time and support to us for hosting this event in a grand manner. The success of the community day is the presence of energetic speakers who grab the audience to get seated in their place. I would like to thank all the speakers who contributed their sessions to our Cloud Club student community. Thank you everyone. Why? Because you all listened to exotic, like, what can I say, very fascinating sessions throughout those 2 days, 3 different tracks, and their time is very much valuable. I would like to give a big round of applause for the speakers, but because our invitation, like your time and our invitation, made us this Cloud Club student community a grand success. And heartfelt thanks to the industry participants as well, right, who made the long way to come to our event and enlighten it up. And none other than, finally, I thank all the young and energetic students who have come so far from their city to attend our Cloud Club student community, and the students of St. Joseph's family too. Hope you got the place to connect, grow, network with each other, and we made you a space. Now it's your job. Connect, network, learn, and grow together. And so I hope you have got the new connections to enlarge your new vision and careers to the next level. And I'm wishing you all the best. Thank you all, right? Thank you so much.
I now request everyone to rise up for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जाहे तब शुभ आशीष माहे गाहे तब जय गाता जनगण मंगल नायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 जय